freaking high train!
No, it's not. That was loud. How's it going? Bro, that was loud, dude. I wasn't even expecting. What's up? How's it going? Freaking hype train, huh? How's it going? It's Wednesday still. Go.
Hello, Steve. How are
What's
you
up?
today?
How's it going? Hope you're doing well. And hold on, there was a thing about good vibes somewhere. Give me a second. I saw it at the corner of my eye, but I didn't read the whole thing. It was a Catman thing. Hold on. Catman, what do you got? Wow.
I want to send good vibes to my family down in Texas.
Yeah.
I found out after Sunday's stream that my aunt passed away early that morning. Rest in peace, Linda McCormick. They all the gods above welcome you into heaven.
Oh, good vibes. I'm sorry. Oh, man. Weird crap like that always happens. On a weekend, no less. God. I don't know. Good vibes. Catman. Good vibes. I don't know. You know, things happen. You know, take some time. Process. You know, that kind of thing. It's, death. Hey, I try to keep it as far away as possible. You know. I know it's ironic, but still, it's just, you know, whatever. Man. Do. Steve says surprise chat. Surprise chat? Surprise chat? This is not a surprise, is it? Am I not supposed to be here today? It is Wednesday, right? Wednesday the 13th. No, we're good. Okay. What's up? Let me say hi to people. Catman, hi. Good vibes. Macabre Cat, what's up? How's it going? Hi. Icarus, hi. What's up? Malenko, hi. Shadav, hi. They sent us a thing. Dawn's got to show it. It's a cool thing. It's a thing we can utilize. It's crazy. Why is that so small now? Well, this will be a good test to see if bingo destroys our lives. Yeah, we can make that bigger. Now remember, their alerts ended up causing all sorts of problems. They should be bigger, but we'll see. We'll see. We good? All right, go. You shrunk it. Yeah, now I made it bigger. So next one that pops up should be all right. You can show it too. I can't show it. This is the only camera I got is on my face right now. That's it. I can't move it. You know. But I can't. I'm gonna give everybody a hint. It'll be really good to use against people as well. Good. What's up? Says Berkshire came to the person I trusted with a lot of my crap. After my dad passed away, so things got really hard. I could always reach out to her. Oh man, that's even worse when it's somebody you can like rely on, and it's just like, oh man, no. I don't know, but you know, just process. It's all you can do. I don't know. Death makes me angry sometimes, or I'm just like, you know, why? What was the point of this? You know. Like goes, tomorrow's your birthday. Tomorrow. I don't know. Do we do this now? I guess. All right, but you got to watch the VOD tomorrow to get the full effect. Technically 364, so you know I'm assuming I have your word that you're going to be around tomorrow. All right, come on. Don't make that screen a liar. Let's say a fat family passed, but then kept terms with the idea that it was going to be happen someday, whether I like it or not. Will I be able to stop it? Most likely not. So I don't really want to have to worry about it. True. I mean, that's a healthy outlook on it. It's weird as you get older and, you know, your parents are still around and they get older and stuff like that. You're just like, man, you sense it, you feel it, you know, and you're just like, one day. What's up? Killer Bee, hi. I know we got a little bit of an early start. Sorry, it's not even 5 o'clock yet. It was one of those things where if I don't press the button now, I'm just going to pass out on the floor covered in like nacho chip dust, you know? So it's like, at least I made it. Premature birth. All right. So, see, we're keeping it in line with that. You know, your birthday's tomorrow, but you're doing it a day early. Card battle. All right, what do we got? All right, Shadab, you got to roll equal to or greater than 10. All right. Oh, come on. It's an 8. I mean, it was close. You know, it's close. It's almost there. I wish we could have like a weird system, but I don't want to make it too complex where it's like, well, you know, technically if you roll at 8 and it's a Tuesday and the weather's nice where you are, you get an extra 2 points. You know, it gets ridiculous. I don't know. I feel like the numbers are just, it's just simpler to do that. Now, why was that one all the way up there? No, man, all the alerts are jank. Why is that up there? That's not even in the right spot. Hold on, let me see. No, that's not it. Is that, yeah, okay, that's it. That is it. It's not even in the same thing. Bro, no, the alerts are like so far off, it's ridiculous. You know, let me, all right, whatever, we'll just do huge bigness. And you know, put these behind me then. That's all I can do. That's all I can do. I don't even know where I am. Ah, that's going to be tricky. Yeah, I got to reformat stuff just because those stupid alerts were slowing everything down and I had to re-add everything. You know, if they were just cool, man, if they were just cool. Yeah, we'll see what happens. There you go. Now they're huge. Is that an acceptable size? Can we just move on with our lives? God. Man, yo, they change one thing and all hell breaks loose. I don't want to put it down too low because then I know the other ones are just going to fall off the screen. Oh, good. It's streamer problems, chat. I can't help it. Okay, so that one's there, that one's there. These are all the same size. Then why are they all derp? Whatever. Whatever. Is what it is. Is what is. Is what is. What is this thing? Oh, I forgot about the TV. We had the TV. Yo, I forgot about him. I forgot about Monster TV. Rawr, 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 rawr. No, he's cool. Like when an alert goes off, he talks. At least I think it does. At least it did last time. I wonder if I could put him in the side here. He takes up a lot of resources, so I'm not quite sure I want to mess around with him. Monster TV. Maybe we'll just put him over there. That'll work. He's behind me, right? Yeah. Rawr, 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 rawr. Hydrate. That's not even in the same ballpark as me, dude. Oh, God. What's up? Make a posture check. God, you're making me work for this. What's it? Posture. Yeah, everything's been kind of a little jank. He blends back in there pretty well. I actually like that. I'll see if he messes up everything. Make him a little bit bigger. No, he just looks like a regular appliance on the cafe shelf now. Oh no, I messed up a thing. Hold on. Boop. Boop. Burp. Okay. Just the one thing. Right around there. That'll be good. Okay. Mary Grace, what's up? How's it going? Michael, what? Too early for Steve to stretch? Yeah. I know who's been doing what this week. We've just been doing the usual work stuff, working on cartoons. This guy recorded vocals for 19 cartoons in one sitting. The rage was strong. No, you're sitting in there in the car recording all the dialogue. Windows are fogging up. Neighbors are looking at you like a weirdo. It's pretty funny. Yeah, feed me your coffee beans. No, they mine. They mine. I literally have like coffee beans here. Like I huff them. I huff coffee beans. Well, you can't see them because they're invisible. But see that's vanilla, French vanilla. It's pretty good. They're good if you like aromatic scents. Just getting a bunch of coffee beans, it's basically like a super cheap diffuser, you know. If it's B-Day with Sunday, gotten 3 of your shirts. 3 of them? That's crazy. And thank you. Now, if there were ones that we had in stock, I could send you stuff because you do so much. You let me know. Well, let Dawn know. I never check my emails. Let's see. Last night we had 6 hours of sleep instead of 8. Just love making things and didn't want to sleep. That's cool though, dude. When you're just like so focused on your work, you just don't sleep. That happens to us a lot. It's not healthy, but whatever. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Yeah. Just currently waiting for my finance to get fixed by my bank. I got proof of my loan and did all the paperwork on Saturday. Nice. Hopefully my credit card will be paid off tomorrow. And they said it'll be access some additional cash put in my account. I really don't want to keep my fish in the IBC tote any longer than needed. Yeah, that's true. It's pretty. What, you got a 55-inch TV, 4K TV to replace the aging 1080p? Isn't that weird when you say that? Yeah, that aging 1080p. That used to be the new hotness. What? I'm glad I've said this before, but I'm glad the industry of TV makers gave up on 8K for the most part. You may get a 6K TV, but they're giving up on 8K. It's good. One, you don't need the resources going to it. And two, the human eye doesn't even see that. So, human eyes can only see up to a certain K. Yeah, it's kind of weird. The technologies are surpassed our natural abilities. It's just like, this resolution isn't even good for humans. We're like, we're going to do it anyway. Why? What are you doing? Lots of world building stuff in my world, for my world building, making lots of images and concept. Also trying to do manga concept and card concepts. Yeah, there's a lot going on. It's always good when you got a lot going on, though. Because then even if you're bored of one thing, you move on to something else. Let's see what's up right there. Oh, yeah, got a line that runs out of coffee. The only way for our minds to see a noticeable difference is when you look at old TV through a new camera. In your life. What? It's really bad. All right. No, we read the article where humans see better detail and resolution in black and white. Technically. So, like, if you look at a black and white film in 4K and a color film in 4K, you'll like the black and white one, you'll see more detail. I don't know. What's that? Slapped? Really? I allow slapped. What is that? Flo doesn't like certain things. I have to get slapped face a few times. I have to get it to use the API. Because my ear is ringing like a mother right now. It's weird. I'm getting this auditory feedback every time I say something. It's ridiculous. Got to be want my character to have leather jackets, bikini tip. Oh, man. Human eyes more sensitive to shape than color. I do love shapes. You're that artist that likes to work in shapes. We're all about shapes. I like shapes. I can understand a triangle. You give me shading and stuff like that. I'm like, ugh. I mean, I got shading on my neck, but that's just, and my nose. Oh, you gave, no, if it comes up here, I'll mention it, but I don't think we have it here, right? We don't have it on the back? No, not going to work. Never mind. There you go. Reason for AK. Black and white. Black and white AK. What am I going to do with black and white 8K? I'm going to watch Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein in 8K. Like, it's only so much I could do with that. I mean, there are a lot of good black and white movies, but I don't need to see a bucket of blood in 8K. Yep.
I don't know if you like the Taco Bell cinnamon twists, make them at home. You just have to get a very specific type of wet noodle and deep fry it, then drench it in cinnamon sugar.
I don't think I've ever had them because anytime I went to Taco Bell, I got tacos. I got burritos, I got chalupas. The little cinnamon twist, that was like, nah. I don't think I've ever gotten them. Because then if I wanted dessert, I'd go to like Baskin Robbins, which was like right next door. Yeah. So it was like one of those things where they're close by. So I'm just like, you know what? Ice cream. The TV works. There you go. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention, so the TV does work. Nice. Cool. No, we needed a talking horror TV. Because you watched, what was it? Terror Vision. Or something like that. Wasn't there like weird satellite radio waves, and then there was that weird little monster that came out of the TV, and you're like, why don't you just make a monster TV? I'm like, all right, whatever. What's up, Negan? Hi, how's it going? Mm. Taco Bell's Mexican pizza for the win. I've never had their Mexican pizza. Because if I get pizza, I get pizza. You know? I never had the apple empanadas. There was like, I just stuck with the chalupas. That was like 90%. 90% Taco Bell, chalupa, chalupa, chalupa. That was it. That was, give me all those. I never even liked the crunchy tacos because I don't know what happened, but by the time I got them in my hand, they were broken. You know, it was like the worst place. Nobody knew how to do that. It was so messy too. I think it would be a perfect add-on snack for a movie night along with homemade pizza. Homemade pizzas work. Double-decker tacos. Did they have double-decker tacos? Do they? Oh, no, I'm curious. I don't think I would actually go back and eat there. I'd probably make my own stuff. Yeah. Now Twitch is working. Yeah. About time. We got to see a movie called Death Spa. Because for those who don't know, there's a Twitch streamer, Shrugbuds. They're doing an art stream now, so if you don't know who they are, you can see what they're doing. But no, they had this like fun thing where they played this horror movie. It was like Death Spa. I've never seen it before in my life. This thing was absolutely bonkers. It was insane because it was just like it was so disjointed and weird. And I've seen a lot of weird crap. This movie was just like another level of what? Bizarre. Apparently a Mardi Gras party takes place in a workout area, but somebody's dead wife is possessing their twin brother who also works there and seeks revenge for it was so hard to follow, dude. And I tried paying attention. Bypassed red paint, cherry juice. What? Do you like their crunch wraps? Anything else is meh? Huh. She's a gordita crunch. Now I'm awake. There you go. I haven't had like Taco Bell in a while, honestly. So I don't know if their quality has dipped a bit. I don't know. I'm getting to that point where I'm just gonna try to make it myself, you know, which is kind of weird. I'm not good with deep frying stuff, and I would like to deep fry things. Like, you know, I want to deep fry my own chicken and all that other stuff, but I don't want to deal with all the oil and third-degree burns. So, you know, it's like I just bake everything. Healthier, but not as fun. Yeah. But they should have literally took the red paint. A lot of times you should have to edit in post. Edit it in post. Didn't even rework the bell sound, so it sounded like it was in a toilet bowl. What, did they? Get out of here. Really? Taco Bell quality has been bad for decades. That's pretty much the last time I had it. Like, honestly, I know Don had it maybe 7 years ago. Something like that. And I was like, no, I'm not going to eat that. Because I was trying to, you know, not eat garbage. But a little annoyed. They stopped doing breakfast. I didn't even know they had breakfast. When they had breakfast. Anytime I think of a place that has breakfast, I think McDonald's. Does Burger King even have breakfast? Does KFC have breakfast? Does Popeye's Chicken have breakfast? What about Papa John's? Come on, I need breakfast pizza. Papa, give me breakfast pizza. Breakfast was between 5 to 10 years ago? Really? Taco Bell breakfast was not good? Huh. Maybe that's why they just stopped. Because people were like, hey, this isn't good. This isn't working. Back to you were trying to fight the inevitable. Wendy's does breakfast? Huh. Yeah, I have a Wendy's like 30 miles away. You know, some crap like that. KFC breakfast. Imagine was the stuff you don't eat in the bucket the night before. Pretty much. That would be fine. Yo, I would be fine with a restaurant having the leftovers. They're like half price all morning, and then they get rid of them at about like 10:30. Yeah, they open up, warm up the grills. They'll serve you cold pizza, that kind of thing. You know, I wouldn't mind, just as long as it's sanitary. Yeah. About 15 years ago, they had a waffle taco. Huh. It's weird. Am I missing out? Am I missing out on fast food, chat? Is this healthy lifestyle of mine causing me to miss out? Do I have FOMO? Where's my omelet pizza? Yeah, crack an egg on that, bro. What? Dude, leftover fast food is the best next morning, especially Chinese food for some reason. Like, dude, just having like cold chicken lo mein in the morning. That's like top tier. I know people don't like cold Chinese food, but yo, when you're crunched for time and you're like, yeah, whatever, man. People look at you weird. You're on the way, like from point A to point B, getting a college class at 6 in the morning. People looking at you, got a cup of coffee in one hand and one of those takeout things, and you're just stuffing your face with noodles. And they're like, what the hell? Like, who is this guy? Where did you get Chinese food? I'm like, this is yesterday's. They're like, oh, give you that disappointed look. Like, are you okay? I got leftover Chinese too. It'll probably be dinner. Yes. There you go. Now, fast food is worse than ever. That's kind of the assessment that I get because, and this was a long time ago, like probably a decade. Anytime I had something out of doors that was fast food, chicken, burgers, all that stuff, well, it wasn't good. And I guess that's kind of like why a lot of people don't even bother with it anymore because it's just like, I mean, it's serviceable because you're hungry and it's there and you're like, yeah, whatever, I'll eat this. But generally, it's like I found that the quality took a nosedive so much that I didn't even want to bother. You know? I do want to try Burger King again. Even Five Guys. They're supposed to be like the apex predator of burger joints, you know? They're all right. They're okay. But not for nothing, I can get a frozen Bubba burger and kind of make the same thing. You know? Which is absolutely sad, but still. You take out Chinese food, it comes out of the paper box. It's supposed to be, take the metal handle out. Now you have a paper plate. Oh, yeah, I'm not doing that. I eat right out of the carton. What? Right out of the carton. Chop up liver fries and fry them. Add some corned beef and eggs. That's what the Screw Five Guys overrated. I thought they were too. Also overpriced. I do like that they actually use meat, so that's cool, but and their fries are just they're all right. That's the thing. I'm trying to think of like Don had what Chipotle a bit ago, and she was like, it was all right. I didn't eat it. You know, I had my low protein bar. I haven't. God, I also would like to try the McDonald's nuggets. I used to eat those things voraciously. Hey, there you go. Cat no more. Same when my girlfriend ordered Chinese food. Like, yeah, this is for me, and I eat it right out of the box. Yeah, just eat right out of the box. That's the cool thing about Chinese food. Chances are you don't have to put it on a plate. Don't got to do dishes. Yeah. Shake Shake is the apex predator of burger places. Where's Shake Shake? What is Shake Shake? Is that like a West Coast thing? Middle of the country thing? You know, a lot of stuff is regional, so, you know. What? Got another card, thank you. McDonald's nuggets are still good? I'll think about it. If I'm really good for the next 2 months. Banana Cat. Number 7. There you go. Okay. Wolf Nick. What's it? Wendy's nuggets are top tier. All the cats appear. I don't know which one that is though.
Hype train bits for Steve.
Thank you. I didn't see it was a lot happening, and it's not lagging. What was that? Popcat? Where is he?
The Amityville toaster. Make breakfast spooky. Spooky talk from toaster. Spooky eat me toast. Yum yum yum. human hand.
Nice. Thank you. Ah, man. I'm trying to get all the guys on there. I think we got all those. Plus, it's a hype train, so I can actually... hold on.
Get hype.
Thank you, Bit Hype.
It's a freaking hype train! Let's go! It's a freaking hype train! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
All right, that works. Boop. Oh, yo, no. Can we put her on top of the TV now? Where is it? Where is it? No, come on, man. No, I want to get on the TV. God, I got so much crap in here. You know what AI's got to do? It's got to go through all my scenes and figure out what never gets used. Where is it? Is it? Ah, there we go. All right. You got to dance on top of the TV now. That's your job. Nobody can really see it, though, but it's kind of fun. All right. It's her own little tiny dancer. Yeah. Thank you. What's up? You can't even read Hype Train now. Oh, God. Right, we're just going to hang out here. My card gets... Oh, God, my card. I didn't even look at my bingo card. Bro. Oh, I got two. Two of them. Oh, that is awful. That is dreadful. Maybe we should make it bigger and put it over here. Then you can't see her feet in most of the chat. But you can see more bounciness. I'm not quite sure. I don't know what the audience wants anymore. Just leave it there. Okay. I got to organize in real time. Literally need you to miss out someone's name and I win. So like mess it up. I don't know. I'm now gonna have to be extra careful. Thank you, Icarus. 1,000 bits. Hype train level 2. Boom. Thank you. The audience wants it all. They want it now. What are they, Queen? That's a Ruha. What's up? Let me get coffee. Maybe this will help somebody. Burp. No, that's not helping anybody. I do like the lighting on that. It's gone. Did I do, dude? I don't think I did, dude. I kind of did, dude. Dude. Oh, I gotta be honest. No, I got the song from earlier stuck in my head. Did you sing? I don't know. Can I just... Nah, she moved. Okay. Random sing. Really? All right. Is that humming a bass line singing? I didn't even have words.
You tried turning it on and off again.
I was going boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo. Bow bow. Is that singing? God. Right. Are you asking if we prefer bouncy or feet? I don't know. I don't want to alienate anybody. Some people might be into feet. Those are really big, like platform. What, platform sandals? Is she not tall enough? What the? I'm only 8 feet tall. I want to be 8.5 feet. Oh, God. See. Does she have fishnets in them shoes? I think they cut off by the... See, now I don't know. It's like you made the costume. No, they cut off by the marker there. Okay, yeah, maybe make this smaller now. Thanks. Come on, could you just... God. No, the last thing you want to do is enlarge this when she's shaking her butt. You know, come on, dude. No, the fishnet thing's cut off over there. That's good design, though. That worked out. Oh, you did give her the costume, though. No, the professor costume. You gave it to her? Kind of looks like that. Yeah. She able to fit into that vest? Yeah. You got to test it first to make sure none pops out. Great. God. Man, we just make it riskier and riskier. Just anyway. We live out. Oh, dude, we're on level 3. Nice. Thank you. What? What happened to the fish? What? Oh, somebody else. Don't you have a rhythm in mind? What auto-tune can get the rest of the way to the song now? Yeah. Now, music has definitely gotten weird. You can just hum stuff and just make a song out of it. And we're going to get more desperate. Grow to accept that. Desperate? Are we desperate? I'm not desperate. Do I look desperate? Now on my character, what? In 3, just for jiggle physics. 3D? Yo, there's a filter for this, right? Not like right now. Well, maybe there is. Can we... bear with me. You guys opened up the Pandora's box here. All right, we got the green screen. All right. I think... I mean, it's not like any you have like 3D glasses right now.
Do you really
right?
think you should be having more caffeine?
Yes.
Do you really think you should be asking me if I should have more caffeine?
Thank you. No, those are all weird presets. All right, never mind. Yes, delete that. No, because I think there's a setting that we could do to actually make this 3D. But it's like the old-timey red-blue glasses. Maybe we'll have a 3D night. Come on, that'd be cool. I'd have to put my hands in front of the camera a lot and make some, crazy jerky motions and stuff. Or we could just make her full screen and keep our fingers crossed, right? 75 views. There you go. Hi, people. What's up? What? That would be funny. Well, I don't know. I wonder what the cats would look like in 3D. Huh. Good. See, I hate when I get ideas like this because then my brain is like, how can we do this? Yo, you could just run anything through AI now. It's like, what do you want? You want stereoscopic? What? Ah. Thank you. But, dude, I don't know, stereoscopic or the red-green. What would be easier? Well, no, do you need a TV specifically for stereoscopic or no? I don't expect everybody to have a VR headset, How does stereoscopic work on a VR headset? Does it look good or is it just like fake garbage? Oh, so what does it mean the 3D models though? Oh, okay. I thought you meant like 3D. We have some sprite versions of her that came out pretty good. Yeah, we do a lot of work that we just never show anybody because we're like, this may not work. But no, it actually looks pretty good. Well, when we have an 8-bit theme thing, it'll be fine. Stereo. What? Stereoscopic. Stereoscopic. That's when all the 3D TVs back in the day were doing, everything's 3D, stereoscopic. You get those weird little glasses, that they charged everybody a fortune for, but it turned out they ended up being like $0.25 to make. Ridiculous. Yeah. I just kept taking them from the movie theater every time I saw a 3D movie. They worked at home. They're like, you can keep those. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to Best Buy and paying $60 for one. Read a story on Reddit, some guy took his nephew to see a 3D movie and said, I'm going to draw that, Kipper City uses 3D glasses and stepped all over, what, twice? Red pen, there's a 3D image. Huh. We did that a long time ago. We didn't know how 3D worked, but we did figure out, literally like that, you would redraw stuff in blue and red to see if you can get it to work, and it kind of did, which was pretty amazing. All right, hype chest, open. Oh, wait, we're getting new ones now? Yo, we got Slow Frog. Yo, we're getting new ones now. Yes. All right, bye, Paulie.
Thank you all for riding the freaking hype train. Please take all your belongings.
Card battle.
To hydrate, but I'm not thirsty. Hype train.
All right, we got to call 75 viewers. Beep, beep, beep. Beep. Is it true? Is it a true? All right, Blue Moon won. Better have 75 viewers. I'm going to be very upset. Yeah, we do. All right, cool. Hey, Blue Moon won. But we got to do a card battle first. All right, Icarus, you got to roll equal to or greater than 14. Nine. Ow. Damn it. Stupid card battle. All right. Well, Blue Moon won. All right. So, Blue Moon, you're getting a spin on the wheel of prizes. Prizes are going to consist of, you've been here. So, something from the It Shop, movie, comic, the routine. Boom.
What's the deal? Let's spin the wheel. 'Cause you want bingo, let's go.
All content recommended for mature viewers.
Spin that freaking wheel.
Spinning the wheel. Getting something from the It Shop. Who knows what it's going to be? Could be a comic, whatever. I don't know. Let's find out. Check, 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 check. What? Brr. Ooh, just on the line. A little Halloween. Is that a little Halloween? That's a little Halloween. Is that right on the line? I'm trying to see. I think it's, I don't know if it's quite on the line. Is it? Somebody get a screenshot. I think it's just on a little Halloween. I have a very small screen I'm working on. Little Halloween? David won. Nice. Do. You know what? I don't know. I can't tell here. You know, yeah, I'm gonna give you both. Let's see. Let me get boop. But the other one was like 6, right? Yeah. So we'll do that. Okay, I'm gonna send you 2 things. Now, if it lands like right on the line, or it's, yeah, I guess apparently close enough that I can't tell, I'm just gonna give you both. You know? All right, what do we got? Re-download key, do that. All right, I sent you the first one, which is 6.0 album, and then second one, little Halloween. Boop. All right, cool. What is it now, Streamlabs? Bro. Refresh. Oh, good. They're killing me. Streamlabs. Streamlabs just like, yeah, we're not going to show alerts now. There you go. All right. All right, cards. Let me look at my card. I still got nothing. Why is this a thing with me, man? I've been getting like the worst cards. Is it cool? Is it cool as I criticized the stream bingo? Somebody behind the scenes is rigging stuff. But the good thing is we haven't had a slow up in this stream yet. So we haven't been like, roar. So that's good so far, you know. So I think re-adding all the bingo crap from scratch probably helped. So I think we can live our lives now, in theory, until something else. Love this. Nice. There you go. Thank you. I can see. Fair. Where did I leave off? Ready to search for vibes. Walking to get some coffee and downpour. But it's about 80 out. I love it. I do like rain when it's warm because it kind of cools things down, but then it gets stupid humid. So I like when it's falling, but afterwards it's just like, all right, let's evaporate all that, make everything extra humid. I'm like, oh, why would you do that? I know, nature, but yeah. It's ridiculous. Hate it. So who's been doing what this week? Our thing is usually just work. It's like every time we come in, what you doing? Work. It's like work. Work. Had to deal with a person. It was short, you know, but what was that weird thing? Yo, we got a piece of carrot cake. See, it's like the only sweets I can get now because Dawn is being super strict about the diet, right? So I get this carrot cake every once in a while. because Dawn doesn't like carrot cake. She's like, ugh. What? But for her, I got her a bunch of strawberries, and I chopped up all the little strawberries and put it in a nice bowl with a little bit of banana and like a fat-free whipped cream. So they had a fun treat that was healthy. Actually, the strawberries tasted better than the cake, honestly. Yeah. Working, waiting for AI to get better. Put me in a Matrix-style creation already. Yeah, AI's definitely not there yet. What? Now, it's going back and forth with ChatGPT today, and it's just like, what you requested goes against our content policies. And I'm like, how? It wasn't anything weird, Chat. Come on. I'll find a different one if I want to do something weird. But it was something simple, and I forget what the prompt is. And I'm like, all right, can you reword this prompt then so it's not going to violate your policies? And they're like, yeah, we'll do this. And it's like a 50-paragraph thing. And I'm like, do that. You know, it's ridiculous. GPU testing problem is fixed now, so I can finally work. Nice. There you go. Can't wait for AI to decide itself if it wants to do something or not. You can program it to do. If you start getting into agents and automation and stuff like that, I'd be careful with it. Well, because people have been having like AI buy stuff for them at Target. And all of a sudden it's like, you know, they spent like $500 at Target because AI thought they needed new throw pillows. You know, it gets a little weird. Trying to be healthy. What? More celery sticks, string cheese stuffed into them. That's not how that works. I thought it did too, because I would put a bunch of peanut butter on celery sticks and I'm like, I'm eating healthy. But it was like a jar of peanut butter. What? I actually really like peanut butter on celery sticks. I have no idea why. It's really good, you know? But I'm just sitting there. I'm just eating it. I'm just like, why am I not lose weight? You know how much calories is in, peanut butter? Co-randomness 1. Nice. There you go. A little about stateside. Clear customs Chicago airport Monday. Status unknown. Dun, dun, dun. Don't you hate that when you're tracking a package and it's like, it's somewhere. We have the number floating around. There was somebody you knew ordered something and it was supposed to go to New York. It went from, I think it was like Seattle to Jersey, and it was supposed to go to New York, but from Jersey, it went to like Ohio, then to Florida, and then eventually New York. And I'm like, you guys were right there. You were in Jersey. What happened? And this happened more than once. It's weird. Like, I don't understand what that process is. Peanut butter on celery with the few salts on top. See, I just need a peanut butter. I will literally sit an entire night and just eat peanut butter. You give me a jar and a spoon and no guilt, forget about it. Or severe depression. It's got to be one or the other thing. Yo, have you seen those freaking peanut butters that are like desserts? They have a carrot cake peanut butter. They got this like maple glazed chocolate one. And they are just like every spoonful is like 300 calories. It is insane, but they're so good. They're really good. I don't buy them. No. What's up, Fairland? Hi. Ooh, you just got back home from vacation in Greece. I hope that was fun. Hope you had fun. Yeah. Did you get cool greasy things? Did you take a piece of Greek culture with you? And don't say you got authentic feta cheese. It doesn't count. Well, I'm not expecting them to break off a piece of the Parthenon or something and just be, y'all gonna take this with me? Souvenir, bro. No, it's weird when you go to like places that are that ancient. Sometimes there are literally just pieces of pottery on the ground. And they're like, yeah, go ahead, take it. And you're like, wait, what? I used to watch packages go from Chicago, drive right past me and Indiana to Kentucky, then come back up to me the next day. Isn't that weird? That's one of those things that I feel like the postal system or UPS or FedEx, that needs to be streamlined. You know, if it's right there, don't put it all the way over there. Okay. You know, whatever. I take your Oreos apart and put peanut butter in them. Really? I never thought about doing that. I just take all the fillings out of that and put like 8 filling things in one. Now, because even the double stuff are the way the single stuff used to be back in the day. Double stuff back in the day meant something. Okay? Timmy, what's up? How's it going? Got sunburned and fridge magnets. That's pretty much most people's experiences with vacation. They get sunburn and a couple of fridge magnets. You know? That's pretty good. It's the universal thing. Did lots of walking in mountains. Nice. That's kind of cool. I can get a new Arduino board for like $60, and the damn thing could run Linux on it. Huh, it's coming a long way. Nice. Fact, I have to go, what, to the sorting center. That's why I take the indirect routes. Really? Yo, the guy in the truck should be able to sort them, right? Isn't there a way to make a more direct route for sorting? It's got to be some kind of logistics dude who's like, hey, you know what'll be better? All the packages that are going to New York, when they go to Jersey, they get processed there instead of going to Ohio and then Florida. I don't know how the logistics work, so I could just be talking out my butt, you know? But there's a highway they have to take. I lived a mile off of. It was their halfway stopping point. Yet they literally drove right past me. It's like you're looking at the map and you just see the truck going, wait, come back. Look, he's still going. All mail and Idaho mail goes to Salt Lake, then to Boise. Huh. May as well fly them around the world at this point. Right. You figured it'll make it efficient if there were drones. All right, well, here's what I've learned about drones. Did you see the people just beating the crap out of the, what was it? I think it was like an Amazon wheeled automation thing. They literally were beating the crap out of it. It was like watching Neanderthals destroy new technology because they didn't understand it. But I was about to say, if we can get drones to deliver stuff, that would be great. I only think drones would work in Japan because generally they're honest and they're not going to throw rocks at it. We haven't gotten there yet, unfortunately. Get it. Look at it. Seen the massive Amazon ones, delivery bots, yeah. People would be shooting them down because they're eye in the sky watching me. Not only are they delivering my delicious crackers, they're also spying on me. Once they deliver those crackers, they're free game. Oh God. I don't know how we've gotten so again, everybody, I know nobody likes the concept of surveillance, but you have a phone. You have boop, it's all right there. They know exactly where you are. They know what you're doing. They know what you watch. Yeah. Scrolling on your socials, looking for the booty people. Let's see. Let the robots fight back. Let's see how that goes. Eventually, delivery ones will be walking ones, I assume. Yeah, they probably will be. Right now, they just have a couple of wheeled ones. And I kind of wish we were in a better state society-wise and mentality-wise, because we can move technology forward and have a lot more amenities if we weren't dragging our knuckles, honestly. Because when you see how stuff functions in Japan and, you know, the cleanliness, the politeness, even if they don't like you, there's a lot going on and a lot can be done in, you know, a place like Japan because everybody is polite. They have this like unspoken code of, you know what, let's not destroy the Amazon drone that's delivering my Pocky, you know? That's just, I mean, it's simple, but I know. Or hawks. I mean, yeah, if they got to deal with wildlife, that's fine. But anything that can navigate a cell phone shouldn't be taking swings at automation. You know, stupid robot. You know, what the hell, dude? You know how much technology was involved making this happen so you can get your Pocky? You know, put this in perspective. You ordered Pocky on your phone. It got sent to a distribution center, your order, and then either got attached to a drone or a robot or a human being where logistically they could conceivably get it to you same day. If you order Pocky in the morning, you could have it at night to watch a movie and have your Pocky. And everyone's just like, I hate all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, I get it, but, you know, it's either that or DoorDash and pay, you know, $80 for it. I don't know. I just kind of wish people would just be a bit better. You know what? I don't feel like ads right now. I'm going to snooze it just because I can. Of course, now I can't snooze anything else here and after, but hillbillies don't understand that you only, own so much vertical airspace on your property. Yeah, I have heard, and I'm not even joking, however far up my bullet goes is the airspace I own above my house. I'm slightly paraphrasing, but yes, I've heard that before. So I don't know what the mileage is above one's home that is considered their airspace. Yeah. Everyone thinks tech and such is literally the end of the world. Yeah. Like, well, that's happens every time there's a technological leap. Everybody freaks out about it. And I get it, because we got some stories that we're going to go through about AI and the crappiness that it can cause. And I'm going to be ranting because I can feel it in the back of my brain, you know. And I do like AI to a certain extent, but we'll get to it. Everyone thinks it's literally into the world. People seem to think the rich don't want tech to be as cheap as possible and everything. I think they want to go to space and dominate space. Just like, think about it logically. Same goes for what current ID stuff, security. To know who's human. That would be good. I know a lot of people are complaining about the. I'm just saying this as a logical thing, so we don't get into the politics of it all. You know how they're trying to do the voter ID thing, right? In the state, well, country. I assume that was a thing. I'm not even joking. I gotta say, I swear to Bob. Listen to this. We did not vote for the longest time because we didn't have a driver's license, and I assumed as soon. What, as you were able to vote, you're like, well, I don't have a license. I don't have ID. We didn't have a passport or anything. You know, Social Security card, do I even take that? Maybe. Where is that? I don't know. For the longest time, because we assumed that everybody needed to show ID. And then years later, I come to find out, well, no, you don't have to do that. And I'm like, what? I'm like, I have to get ID to buy an alcoholic drink, cigarettes, other nonsense, you know, Grand Theft Auto, you know, like, yeah. So I found that weird, and I just like, now that it's such a debate, I'm like, because for people who, you know, at the time didn't know anything about politics or whatever, we just assumed these things were in place, and we didn't even bother asking otherwise because we just thought that's the way it was. And now I feel like an idiot because I assumed a logical thing would be in place, but it is not. So now that we know, whatever. Feel like Elon's going to own a stratosphere someday. Well, if he builds data servers in space like he wants to. You have a birth certificate. Yeah, somewhere, but, you know. Got to find that. Yeah, but now that I know, and I actually have a non-driver's ID, passport, stuff like that. Yeah, so I can technically leave the country, but only on foot or bicycle. What? You'd be like Pee Wee Herman trying to cross the border. Ha! I'm leaving America. You know, it's just look like an idiot. But whatever. Did you fly to Paris? Yeah, we did. We had a passport back then, but then it expired, so we had to like redo it. So yeah, that was a while ago, dude. It was like, oh, it expired. All right, I'm like, all right, let me do this all over again. I'm glad I did now because now getting a whatever license is supposedly difficult. Okay, for us getting the non-driver ID when we went to the DMV, and they asked for you got any forms of identification? I took out everything: birth certificate, social security card, passport, utility bills, blah 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 blah. They took a utility bill, looked at it, and said, "All right." They didn't look at any of the other stuff, and I'm like, you wonder why these IDs are just being handed out? Nobody does their job. At least the person we went to didn't do their job. I'm like, you don't need any of this other stuff? They're like, no, whatever. I'm just like, oh my God. Yeah, so that might be one. You might want to look into that because I feel like there's a lot of IDs out there that probably shouldn't be out there. God. That's the problem with living in a world where you watch a lot of television and stuff like X-Files and all this other Law and Order kind of thing. You assume there's so much in place to protect the people and that surely nobody can get any of this, you know. Come on, dude. They're just handing them out like cookies. Don called what? Pumpkin Guy Angry Pumpkin. Why? Angry Pumpkin? Oh, he's a little irate sometimes. I think it's a caffeine deficiency. It was most likely from the Middle Ages. 500 years old, man. Come on. I don't remember most of it. I basically wipe my brain every 70 years or so to stop mental fatigue. If I remembered everything, I wouldn't want to be around. But, no, you could do that. You know how people sustain a brain injury and then they don't remember stuff? Well, if you get a nail and put it in your head at the right spot, it'll just wipe out a bunch of memories. And then it's like starting over fresh. So it's good for vampires to do that so they don't go crazy with their... it's not pleasant, it's not pleasant, but you heal, just the memories go. So... I haven't done it recently, so it's just like I do remember I still didn't like a lot of music from the 2000s. Let's see, Fat Carrot. Everybody picking on a pumpkin now. I could do that later. All right, let me get more coffee. Boop. Maybe water. Should probably hydrate. I don't remember taking that picture. Oh, man, it's weird. You don't allow the cat in the office here, right? When I say office, I mean desk with a computer on top of it. How does cat hair get on the keyboard? The cat doesn't even jump. I don't know. It just gets everywhere. Dave and Phil make the government look more competent than they truly are. Yeah, we've learned that. That's the scary thing because if you do watch a lot of American TV or stuff like that, the shows, the government is all watching and they do all this stuff and blah, 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 blah. But over the last, I'd say since 2019, when, pandemics happen and there's all these little things and people going pew pew and stuff happening, it's like, I realized that there's no plan. Remember when the government in television had a plan for everything? Not getting into politics. I'm comparing fiction with reality. In TV, the government always had a plan. We got a plan. We got a backup plan. We got to go here. Blah, blah, blah. We got this. Don't worry. We're prepared for that eventuality. Yeah, but this thing is spreading at an alarming rate. Don't worry, sir. We got this. Oh, I guess you guys had a special black ops kind of thing where... you set aside money through dark budgets and stuff like that. And, nobody knew about this, but you guys were prepared. Exactly. No, that doesn't happen. No, because now we get all these like dumbfounded people or heads of, think, what? Yeah, I mean, I guess we should lock that down or something, right? Who locks down stuff? Yeah. Oh my God. Cat hair can float. Ah, man. If it was only weighted more. Okay, well, what? They never planned for the majority of people to be idiots. Or maybe that was their plan all along. Ba, ba, ba. There's a good article about that, too. Get on that. Going to get on that. Yeah, we could do that actually right now. Because there's, all right, no, I'm not going to say a lot of stuff to talk about, but, there's enough. There's enough to discuss. Boop. There you go. Hey, girl, what's up? National Crouton Day? This is how you're starting this off? Dude, National Crouton Day? Nobody gives a crap. Croutons are the thing that makes all my salads unhealthy. National Frog Jumping Day, as if they do anything else. It's not like they lackadaisically walk across the street. National Apple Pie Day, fine. That's a good thing. What? The walking circles around them, easy to know if people are dumb. Yeah, but, we're going to have to start worrying about dumb people with all the AI graduates that are going to be out there. You're going to have a whole generation that aren't going to know what to do unless they can log in and figure out what ChatGPT tells them. And for that, I'll do it myself. National Fruit Cocktail Day. That's pretty good. National Receptionist Day. Is Gora considered a receptionist? No. Pauline, right? Yeah. It's not like she answers the phones. Whatever. National Third Shift Workers Day. As if 2 shifts weren't enough. World Cocktail Day. That's the same as if they really want you to get drunk today. I guess especially if you're working a third shift. International Hummus Day. Dude, it's Hummus Day. Have some hummus. We actually did. We had hummus with a little on a rice cake. Hummus is very salty. Leprechaun Day? Shouldn't this been in March? I don't know, maybe around St. Patrick's Day? Leprechaun Day is May 13th. That's so far removed. Don't say it has an M in it. That doesn't, whatever. All right, whatever. Donate a day's wages to charity day. I have to do a lot more swearing to put it in the swear jar. And it depends on the day. How about the day that I made like 30 cents? You want to do that? I'll do that day. National Root Canal Appreciation Day. Oh yeah, I sure appreciate a good root canal. Yep. Dude, we've already had 2 of them. Okay, they don't get any more fun. Top Gun Day. Did they just make that up? The movie? Get out of here. World Fallacy. What? World. I was gonna say World Fallacies Management Day. Yeah, all those falsehoods that you see in the world, we're going to try to manage them, but just today. All right, World Facilities Day. Dyslexia strikes. Let's go. Dude, that's ridiculous. I don't know, man. Yo, we got some hummus we could go through. I could do that. Dude. What was the other one that had to do with food? Apple Pie Day. There you go. I like apple pie. I like apple pie, dude. There you go. It's cool. Yeah. Can this go away? Hello. Thank you. This thing. All right, get out of here. News page 2. What is this? Discord. What is it? What was I even looking at here? It tells with social network memes. Name change. I don't know. I was looking at news. I forgot what I was looking at. All right. If I don't remember, then it's not important. There we go. Bro. Already getting annoying. Look, Nintendo increased the Switch 2 price to $500, and it still isn't enough. Yeah. Apparently, there's a quote back here. Prepare yourself. So it's going to be up to $500 in September. Why is it so small now on the screen? Oh, God. Let me make that bigger. Where is it?
Let's
Here we
freaking
go.
go. Card battle. La, 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 la,
No.
la, 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 la.
There it is.
Card battle.
Oh, that's crazy time. All right, there we go. Who did that? DJC, you got a roll equal to or greater than 14, but it's a shiny. You got a shiny. Plus you got a shiny. I think I can call spicy, I suppose. You got a 12, but what was this one? 14? Nah, you got an exclamation reroll. You got another shot. I mean, you already got 2, even if you lose. It's like, still you got 2 out of there. 4. All right. There it is. That's bigger. But at least you got 2 out of there, right? You got 2 out of there. So that's good. Still got your shiny and you got your spicy. Yeah, that one is a little spicy. That one's, I know. What spell are they cast in there? All right. Thank you and thank you. This quote bothers me. While uncertainties remain regarding future trends in component prices, I can't read the rest of that. We recognize that they could have an impact not only on the year, but next year as well. And in other words, they're doing the soft setup for them raising the price again. So it's going from $450 to $500. Yo, data centers, slow down so people can enjoy consumer products. Okay? Can we do that for a little bit? Yeah. Now it's like this huge race, but all right, whatever. Everything's going up, so just keep that in mind. What's this? This is funny, dude. The Steam controller features a very familiar sounding Easter egg. Bro. Steam controller Wilhelm scream Easter egg. I'm not even joking. This is actually a thing. If you drop this, not on a hard surface, okay? If you drop this on a soft surface, it will do that Wilhelm scream, that kind of thing, right? This is a thing. Steam is my new favorite company. They kind of been a favorite, but this is even cooler because supposedly you drop this thing, it happens randomly, and there's a cooldown for it as well. So whoever programmed this thing in there, because it's got the gyroscope in there, it will every once in a while scream if you drop it.
Go get Dawn's toy and show us. We need
No,
this validation.
No, I told Dawn, she's like, we're not dropping this thing. I'm like, yeah, but it's got to be on a soft. So she's like, we're not dropping this thing. Don't do it. I'm just like, but she's like, go watch a video. I'm like, I just want to drop things. I'm like, a brand new controller too. Probably shouldn't even have bought it, but I'm like, yeah, let's just drop it. Just drop it. So that's actually interesting. You go try it if you have it. We can't be buying another one of these if it bounces off the couch and literally. Can you just move over there? Okay, thanks. Yeah, in the corner. At least people could see that. Thank you. Yeah, so it's kind of cool. I don't know if the old one did that. Supposedly, the old one had some Easter eggs, too, but I missed the window. I'll have to buy one. Yeah, there's going to be I think they were going to roll out some maybe tomorrow. Double check, because I think there was going to be like another batch relatively soon. So that's kind of cool. Just don't drop it. Wouldn't this be like a weird, crazy, psychotic marketing ploy to have people drop their controllers so they break it and I have to buy another one? Smart. Hey, really want to hear the Wilhelm scream, man? You know, just keep dropping your controller. You'll be all right. You keyboard mouse guy? Yeah, there you go. Oh, would you just close? Damn, these tabs, bro. Okay. Sega cancels Super Game. I don't even know what it was called. But new Crazy Taxi and Jet Set Radio are still coming. Okay, you know what? Sega got the memo. Sega got the memo because apparently there was a super ambiguous super game project from Sega which planned to incorporate NFTs, social network, and cloud streaming has been canned. Yeah, imagine NFTs. I haven't heard the term NFTs in probably a year and a half, honestly. NFTs? Are you kidding me? Yeah, right? Dang, NFTs, this is so 2024. I know, man, the technology moves fast, right? You know, come on, where's that Bored Ape movie everyone was hyping up? Oh, God. So that's kind of cool that it's still, at least Jet Set Radio and Crazy Taxi, they're working on new iterations of, and I am so glad they're not wasting their money on the free-to-play NFT, social networking, whatever BS thing. Like, I don't know, man. Whatever happened to NFTs? Is there still a thing? Made a movie about NFTs with the guy, Ron Reynolds. Ron Reynolds. Yeah, I didn't even, like, NFTs were like, it was interesting when it popped out and everyone's like, whoa, NFTs, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, this is not even a thing. Is it like, yeah. It says they're shockingly re-releasing physical edition for Skyrim on a Switch 2. What? Bethesda. Make a new game. Yeah, but we just came out with Starfield. Make a new game. Hey, you know Skyrim? You want to play that? No. Yo, I feel like Bethesda has ADHD for their own shit. You know? Go.
Greetings, Steve. How
That-
are you? Bought a PS4 and have been playing Little Nightmares. Lots of fun.
Nice. There you go. Gaming. First one or second one? We got to play the first one. Dom, I think, played the second one. The third one came out or is coming out? They made a lot of them already. Oh, Golden Axe reboot or not axed either. Hey, Golden Axe. There you go. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know. Whatever. No, Bethesda's like really focused on their own crap. Like, if you've ever met anybody who's on the spectrum, I don't know, autistic, ADHD, whatever you want to label it, you go hang out with them and they talk about that one thing, and because that's their thing and they're super fixated on it. That's Bethesda and Skyrim. That's what it is. Like, they can't stop talking about it or stop fiddling with it. It's like, put it down. It's like their fidget spinner. Bethesda's going, Skyrim. Dude, you want to play Skyrim? No, I'm good. Maybe next year we'll play Skyrim. Okay, Skyrim. Let's go. There's mods for Skyrim. Yeah, I noticed mods for Skyrim. It's going to be on the Switch. Oh my God, please. It's a good game, I know. It is, right? Skyrim. I can't anymore, dude. It's like... all right, let me get out of here. It's hurt my brain. eBay's rejection letter to GameStop's $56 billion bid pulls absolutely no punches. We have concluded that your proposal is neither credible nor attractive. What? It's like most women I meet. Oh. No, dude, that is messed up, dude. Dude. They flat out just said, GameStop, you're terrible. Oh my God. No, because eBay was smart enough to realize that an $11 billion company doesn't have $56 billion, no matter where to get. And the thing is from what this, I think it was this article, right? They GameStop secured an extra $20 billion from like banks and stuff like that. But when they would eventually buy eBay, if the deal were to go through, then eBay would incur the $20 billion debt from the banks. I'm like, that's not how that works. Hey man, I'm gonna buy you. That's like somebody buying your house. You have a house, you put it on the market. They're gonna give you $400,000 for it, right? Whatever number. But they're borrowing $200,000 from the bank. They buy your house, but now you owe $200,000 to the bank. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, whatever. Thank God. GameStop, just please don't stop existing. Stop existing, GameStop, please. Ah, good. Oh, this is funny. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Forza Horizon 6 suffers massive leak just days before launch. It turns out that, yes, some people would download a car game illegally. You wouldn't download a car. Like, yeah, I downloaded like 100 of them. I got Forza 6, bro. I don't have it. But the funny thing is, Microsoft is not taking any crap for this because they're like, yeah, I hope you enjoyed it because we're going to ban you. Look, to those who got a little overexcited and decided to play a few days early, we can't wait to see you on the 31st December of 9,999. They are literally banning people till the end of time. Look, due to cheating, unallowed modding, you have been suspended. For more information, blah, blah, blah. Come on. Right? If you jailbreak a game like this, you don't sign into your account. What is wrong with you? Oh yeah, let me sign into my Microsoft account. What? Yeah, like that basically destroys the entirety of whatever games they had on Xbox. You know, or any Microsoft games. Probably includes PC as well. Who knows? But yeah, that's kind of crazy. It's if you're gonna do something like that, just be smart about it. Like, come on, dude. I don't feel for them. That's what amateur mistake. Yeah. Oh, dude, I didn't realize. Kickstarter is the latest platform seemingly forced to ban adult content by payment processors. Payment processors, weren't you just warned by the government that your only job is to process money?
But how else am I gonna play my illegal game on the official server?
Right? Who does that? Who does that? Like, that's like stealing a bunch of... That's like... Here's the thing. That's the equivalent of robbing somebody's home and then bringing that stuff to their house to say, watch a movie on their stolen TV that you just... Like, what is wrong with you? Whatever. Okay. Kickstarter has updated its content guidelines to prohibit several forms of not safe for work content, and payment processor Stripe may be to blame. So, oh God. Okay, here's the thing. Elon, can you make an alternate payment processing system so people can live their life? Here's the thing. I'm not even not safe for work guy. We can be. But clearly there's no money to be made in it because nobody wants to do it. What do we have to do? Get like snail mail dollar bills sent to us? And then we'll send them like a little printout? Like, what is this? This is getting ridiculous. Since when do they do adult content on Kickstarter? I think like spicier comics or maybe movies that people were making or whatever. I'm not sure. I haven't looked on Kickstarter in quite some time. So I don't know how raunchy it's gotten.
To hydrate because I need some water.
I should.
You gotta keep the pipes hydrated.
Yeah. All right. Let me do that. All right. Let me hydrate. I'm doing it. What? You can answer that? Ooh, you got answers?
Do you have all the answers?
What is it?
Wait. Kickstarter is still a thing.
Yeah, man. Indiegogo's got to have their own competitor, you know? I guess. Tumblr? No, Tumblr got destroyed. Didn't like Verizon buy Tumblr and strip every not safe for work artist off there? And then they all went to Newground. And then it became a toxic cesspool of I don't basically go there anymore. Newgrounds was always a little spicy, and I'm fine with that. But, you know, when you have more spicy than art, I tend to be like, you know. Now you can't even show the censored ones to not safe for work variant covers? Really?
Wow, did I jump into quite the topic. Hope all is well. Also, what's the point of living life if you have all the answers?
I don't know. So you can be, you know, mightier than thou to everybody else who doesn't have them. That's what most people do on the internet, you know? They're like, well, you know, you should have, you idiot, you know? That gives them a sense of pride and a joy of living, as warped as it may be. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Okay, but now you can't, wait, let me read the other part. It's all censored on the site, but you can offer you can offer Delta content, but now you can't even show the censored ones to not safe for work variant covers aren't allowed anymore, even if they're censored. What? If they're censored, they're safe for work. That's the whole point of censors. Hey, you know, cover up that nipple there. Oh, all right. Is it safe for work now? Yeah. You don't see a nipple. Okay. What? How is this? Damn, no, because it's getting tedious. Like itch.io had to deal with this. Gumroad had to deal with this. Kickstarter. Every one of these platforms, Patreon, at a certain point, we either all have to agree that people make spicy content. Okay, I will be the first to say there's levels of spicy that you ought not dabble in, you know? And you all know what I mean. If you're making that kind of content, you got to question your existence. But, yo, I mean, spicy. You know, a butt's a butt. I don't care. People doing things, whatever. You know? But Kickstarter probably doesn't have a problem with extreme violence in artworks and comics and movies and whatever else is getting funded. And that's what bothers me, you know? And it's been this age-old debate as to what's worse, the sex or violence. And for some reason, humanity keeps coming back and saying, no, sex is worse. So the act of creating life is more offensive than taking it. That's what it boils down to, honestly. And yeah, you don't want, you know, people who shouldn't be watching that stuff because they're not mature enough to be watching it. I get that. Same thing with violence. But this content is intended for mature viewers. And if it gets to immature viewers who shouldn't be there or getting a hold of this stuff, that's on the parents. We got to stop making baby gates for everything. Stop putting helmets on everything. It's getting really ridiculous. Life is becoming exceedingly more stressful. The sheer existing is destroying our ability to enjoy anything because we have all these terms of service, gatekeeping, the robot saying, I'm sorry, Dave, I can't do that. I mean, that's pretty much what ChatGPT is now, you know? Claude, all that stuff. This goes against our content policy. Why? Because I want you to say the F word, you know? Like, what? What's the problem? How is this so difficult? You know, and people will always find another way. So whether it's going to be Kickstarter or, you know, people using alternate AIs because they just want uncensored crap, let them do it. Go. It's fine. You know, God, I don't understand why the world is so bent out of shape about all this adult content. It's funny, but also scary how such a concept is, you know, is impossible. I don't get it. Like, people will be crafting their own AI at home. Then we'll get rogue AIs. Yeah. But, hey, at least they're on the topic of AI, at least China and the US are kind of talking about the importance of making sure AI doesn't get out of hand. So that's a good thing. I think they're all on the same page because they're approaching it as if it's like nukes at this point, you know? That's good. Step in the right direction. You're going to be the next president, Catman? Why is it not reading that? As the next president of the United States, I'm going to declare Darwin Week, where basically all the ERs and emergency service vehicles only pick up people who are not at fault for their own injuries. And I go to the car crash and we pick up children who did not cause the accident. What? People cause an accident, like to the hospital, the world. That would be interesting, but, there's a humanity aspect there that you're going to lose a lot of votes on. Because a lot of people are idiots, and they'll be like, well, I don't think AI is going to be, disappear anytime soon, unfortunately. No, it's not going anywhere. There's no way humanity lets a tool like this go away. It just doesn't happen. Not happening. Boop. Okay, but look. You ready? Powerpuff Girls, Samurai Jack, and more Classic Cartoons Network Flash games are back and playable again. Archivists went in and got like 44 games, got them working again, and they used a Ruffle player.
Are you saying that power nation states in the world have actually realized that us AI fatalists had a point? AI does appear to be approaching Skynet and Matrix levels of danger?
No, I don't think it's going to get that way. I think they're more worried about what humans are going to do with the robots as opposed to what robots are going to do. But I think that's the main thing. But Flash, the past is the future now. So look. Website, boom. They got all these things. Look at them. There's a bunch of them. All these weird little Flash games from back in the day from Cartoon Network. Bro, look, they got a Jump and Fin. I think this is this the one where you kick them? New game. Ruffle. Adventure Time. I have it muted, so, New game. Are you sure? Yes. I tried it to make sure. Oh, look, there's a thing. Blah, blah, blah. Time to kick some serious butt. Okay, whatever. So, what are we doing? Okay, we got to kick him? Oh, that wasn't really good. Okay, so let's see. Move Jake. Oh, come on. I got that. All right, let's try it again. Go back.
Okay, so we will destroy our civilization and go extinct before the AI has a chance?
Yeah, that's pretty much how I figure it would happen. I think we'll use all the water cooling down the AI system. All right, I got to get this. That one's all right. Look at that. All right, come on. Go. They expect me to catch him? Get out of here. All right, well, Nodos exist. It's kind of fun. Look at this, Nintendo. All right, let's... All right, Nintendo's lawyer sent WOD superstar Cody Rhodes a cease and desist over his boots. Apparently, on his boots, he had the little Triforce thing. And Nintendo's like, no, don't do that. Are you kidding me? Cody Rhodes is one of the biggest stars of professional wrestling and a current WWE Undisputed Champion. But even he can't escape the ever-watching eyes of Nintendo's vast army of lawyers and legal representatives. After once adding the Triforce from The Legend of Zelda to his boots, the WWE star says he received a kind cease and desist letter from Nintendo to remove it. Cease and desist. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, apparently Nintendo did patent the use of triangles now. Yeah. He also has a Triforce, tattoo on his finger. So they may have to chop off his finger. But, yeah. Are you guys kidding me? Thought the principles of the Triforce, which are power, courage, and wisdom, were just applicable, explained Rhodes. And for those who don't know, Zelda's the wise one. There you go. He continues. Obviously, Link is one who's got the courage, and power is Ganon. They make up the three parts. Okay, thanks for the history lesson. I got a cease and desist from Nintendo, explained Rhodes.
Wow, this definitely brought back memories. I used to launch the boyfriend so much in high school comp lab. Lol. Also, thanks for reminding me. I still need to make more controller cookie cutters soon. Spent the afternoon nursing my back and printing BioShock.
Nice. Nice. There you go. Keeping busy. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. And all the people with Pokemon tattoos. Hey, Nintendo, got to start chopping off limbs. You know? Well, you could see Mario now. Oh, that's got to come off. You know, like whatever. I made him sound like Mickey. I don't know why. But because they're equally litigious. Also got season to slip from it was very kind. They were polite. They weren't coming after anybody. Rhodes also has a Triforce tattooed on his finger. Let's hope for his sake that Nintendo doesn't come after
It's
that.
alright. Destroy them all with
What's up,
our
Adam?
hugs and treats.
How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Kotaku has contacted Nintendo about the situation. It's a me, the lawyer. I feel like we're getting ridiculous. You know what? Make him squares, bro. He looks so drunk right now. Look at him. What? What? I don't know, man. It's they're just bitter about PAL. They're bitter about PAL World. They're like, I can't take it, man. Just sue somebody. All right. Upcoming games. What kind of upcoming games we got here? We got a list? A list.
I also noticed in the early 2000s of Newgrounds, they love using that choir song they used for the trailer for Spider-Man 2. Or just Perleator by Globus for those who know their immediate music.
Yeah.
I see and understand this. But Nintendo really missed the proper opportunity here. Instead of cease or die, they should have sent an option to partner. This is obvious use of copyright and trademark.
Yeah, I get that. But, you know, there's a fine line between, you know, oh, copyright, trademark, and then just, yo, I'm having fun, you know? Kind of weird. Doesn't seem to stop all the people making quote-unquote fan art and doing the artist alleys. That's weird. I'm surprised Nintendo lawyers just show up at anime conventions and start, you know, confiscating things. Sony says some Chinese and Korean studios are moving faster than Western studios. Yeah, because they have work ethic. Oh, God. Sony has commented on the scale and responsiveness of Chinese and Korean studios, comparing them to Western and Japanese studios. Some interesting deals at Sony, blah, 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 blah. Sony says Chinese and Korean studios are showing an approach not seen from Western and Japanese teams. So essentially the article is these bros, Chinese and Korean developers are so efficient that like Sony doesn't know what the hell to do. And Western developers by comparisons are slow. You know, so guess where all these like studios are going to be making games now? Guess who they're going to hire? Westerners. And as one, you got to get a work ethic. You know, I know you work hard and all this other stuff, blah, 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 blah. But there are literally entire countries that are doing better. They are churning out stuff. They're churning out good stuff. And if there's a problem, they fix it fast. They incredibly fast. So the thing is, we got to get good. I know everyone's like, oh, you know, Western society, awesome. I love Western society. I'm part of it, you know? But I do realize that when other places are doing better, we need to do better, you know? So that whether it's gaming, arts, what the hell ever, technologies, I feel like we should be doing better. And again, I know people are going to be like, well, you know, game development, but come on. Like we're going to get to the point where a lot of properties, Western properties and IPs are going to be made in China and Korea because they will get done in a timely manner, you know? So we're not going to game companies. I'm telling you right now, with AI advancements and all that, go.
I'm really home now, and since in my time zone it's now May 14th, it's my birthday.
Hey, there you go. Happy birthday. Fairland, happy birthday! I know my face got messed up because of that. Yeah, I'm gonna do something fun for your birthday. Get some cake. I don't know, cookies. How about a cookie cake? I think I got one of those one year, and they were all right. Like, I wasn't super happy about them, but it was like, it was a novelty. I don't know what to think about that. Now I'm just thinking about big cookies. Card battle. Like sentient. You got to roll. Equal to or greater than. Boom. And, we saw this one. All right, it's a repeat. If you don't win, we'll do a re-roll of a different card. All right, you got a 10. All right, now here's the thing, because this one came up. You want to keep it, because technically that's a win. You want to keep the 10, and we do a different card, or you just want to keep the win. Now you got a 10. That's a win. So you can pick a number if you want, or you can keep the 10 and we can do another one. I hate getting repeats. Ugh. Keep the win. All right, cool. Pick a number, any number. What you want. Number 7. Drop frames. Let me check first before I call it. No drop frames, so we're calling it. Here you go. Nice. Hey, that helped me too. Nice. Welcome. Hi, how's it going? Welcome, Miss Harley B. Hope you're doing well. So, gaming. Yeah. I feel like a lot of Western IP holders are just going to be handing over or hiring Chinese or Korean developers. And the games may or may not be better for it because they'll get done. Plus, with the AI usage, which they clearly will use, it might function better. I don't know. We'll find out. Boop. Pal World Online trademark filed by Pocket Pair. Nintendo, they used the word online. Do you want to sue them? They're using a word. Pal World Online could be related to the 1.0 release. Bum, bum, bum. A lot of speculation. I don't know. In other words, the top company that revealed the Pocket Pair isn't aiming to turn Pal World into a media empire. Additionally, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I want to know what the status is of the lawsuit that's been going on. All right, well, they got a new trademark. I guess something's going on. Boop. Nintendo stocks plunge. Thank you. Nintendo stock plunges after disappointing Switch 2 forecast. Okay, here's the weird thing. Stockholders. Hold on. Camera. Okay. Stockholders. What do you expect from Nintendo? I'm not a big fan of them. Clearly, as I've just stated. But Nintendo Switch, the Switch 2, like 80% of the planet owns one. Disappointing forecast? Maybe the other 20% of the world may not own one. Do you know how many consoles they sold? We're not looking so positive about the outlook of the Switch 2. What do you want? Dude, the market for them, their market penetration is unbelievable. Like, dude, they are just all over the place. God, I don't understand this. So their stock goes down because they sold too much, and now their market is basically saturated with a reoccurring user base? Huh? They want 3 Switch 2s for every household. Yeah. Come on, Nintendo. Have people buy multiple Switches at $500. Get out of here. Nintendo shares fall by 10% following forecast. This is where I actually feel bad for Nintendo, where they're like, okay, to go to do a stockholders meeting. All right, we sold millions upon millions of Switches. And unfortunately, this year, it doesn't look like we're going to sell as many because we sold millions upon millions. We've already done the successful part of our jobs. And people were like, oh, God, you guys are already successful? There's no more success? well, we do have a lot of cool games planned and stuff like, oh my God, start selling off. Like what the hell, dude? God. I don't know. 80%, I think the Switch 1, Switch 2 is only like 20 million. 20 million isn't a lot of consoles sold. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the numbers, but I thought a lot more sold than that. Well, I'll have to check it in numbers. Epic says AI won't replace jobs, but increase efficiency. Okay, so if there are certain jobs that are inefficient, you would give those to AI. And if those jobs were done by people, no, that's the whole point. AI won't replace jobs? No, they're just going to make them 1,000 times more efficient. If anything, redundant. And then what are you going to do with redundancies? Yeah, does Epic not understand AI? No. Here's the softball approach that all these gaming companies are doing. Sony, Epic, they're always saying AI will be utilized, but it's not going to replace people. It's just going to deal with efficiency and redundancies and make things a lot quicker. So it's going to be weird because certain studios, certain aspects are going to get laid off over time, blah, blah, blah. But instead of hiring like 50 people for a studio, they'll hire 5 and have AI do all the stuff. And they'll be like, we hired this many people. Yeah, but you could have hired this many people. That's what's going to happen because this is just a reoccurring thing. It's the toe in the ocean is, well, it's just doing redundancies and stuff that isn't, whatever. This is going to be another AI heavy thing today because there's a lot of things and a couple of them really piss me off. So it's just like, yeah, they'll work on spreadsheets and, data stuff and maybe some, background assets or something that, we don't want to waste our artists' time on that. Will those 5 get 10 times the income? No, absolutely not. Never. That never happens. That's the weird thing. AI will make everybody's job 100 times more efficient, but their pay will remain the same. All right. This is weird. Metal Gear Solid 2 modder finds hidden mode that Kojima said Konami experimented with before cutting it over 15 years ago. Thanks to Discovery, Metal Gear Solid 2 looks more like Metal Gear Solid 3 Substance. All right. After 15 years, Metal Gear unfinished third-person camera mode has officially been found in the Master Collection version of the Stealth Classic. Dude. Third-person mode. Look at that. Oh, look at that. He's like, accidentally found third-person view in Metal Gear Solid 2, Master Collection. Guess that'll go into Master HD fix soon. So I guess they're going to mod it to put it in there. That's kind of cool. I love when modders find this crap. They're like into data and stuff, and they're just like rooting through the trash, and you're like, oh, wow, dude, look what I found. It's like they barely use this. That's cool. All right. Good job. Efeviz Salmonco. Good job. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name. I'm an American idiot. Let's see. Soros is selling worse than Returnal, analyst estimates, as it competes with hits like Crimson Desert and Resident Evil Requiem for limited time and money. It sold like less than half 500,000 copies or something, which I would love to do. 300,000 copies in 2 weeks. Generated $22 million in revenue. What's the budget on this? It can't be doing worse than Marathon, right? It's not like Sony's got to write off $700 million, right? I don't know. People didn't seem too stoked about this. They were just like, yeah, whatever, it's just, Probably $50 million spent on it. That's ridiculous. Like the person that they got for that was like an actual actor, right? Like an important actor somewhere. Like, I don't know their name, but yeah, that's going to cost you. All right. Well, that's the thing. Boop. Teachers. Oh, God, it's too early to be that aggravated. What else we got here? Oh, look, Windows is getting a cloud feature that fixes bad drivers before they wreck your PC. Why? You wanted to do that all yourself, Windows? Well, we can't have drivers doing our job for us. What? Okay, cool feature, bro, but fix your own crap. I'm not worried about the drivers that never bother me. You know? This way they can always blame the drivers. That's the first thing. Check to make sure your drivers are up to date. No, that's your job. You are Windows. You do it. Windows, look outside. Find me a driver. Classic Microsoft, exactly. Oh, God. What could possibly go wrong? Possibly. Windows is getting a new, exciting vector for malware delivery, pretty much. Oh, God. I don't know. Good luck. Boop. Software developers say AI is rotting their brain. Fuck this. I'm out. Okay. This is, all right, I didn't go through the article because, you know, I know AI is doing a thing, but somebody actually had a really good dialogue here, right? Look at this. This is where Reddit's good. Look, automation can be good. It can free up time to focus on deeper issues. Problem is, it seems that we are hell-bent on automating thinking.
Steve, check your PayPal for a donation. Need 44 for bingo.
I will. Why don't those alerts come up, man? All right, I'm going to take your word for it. Thank you in advance. Thank you. Those should just pop up. Bro. I called it, though. There you go. Nice. Thank you. What? I don't know why. Let me see what the thing do. No, I'm trying to refresh the thing to see what it do. It's not showing up in there. It should. No, because they're supposed to go through either Streamlabs or Stream Elements, and they're both technically on. Okay, I don't have to yell at PayPal now. Son of a... Thank you. Well, at least I know something's broken. We call technical issue now, right? God. You got 2 for 1, right? Oh, no, that's already called. God. Sigh. What? I don't know. I don't like when things break. Thank you again. Problem is, it seems they are hell-bent on automating thinking, and my best guess is it's because MBAs and the ownership class detest thinking and creativity. All right, keep this in mind. No, this is a good observation, because, you know, AI automates anything, and this is sidetracking from what the article is. It's expensive and unpredictable, creativity, that is. It takes a long time, and you are never sure the results will be worth it. So instead, we have done our damnedest to automate out the thinkers and makers away from every industry, to replace them with algorithms spitting out a rehashing of what people who actually make and think have already done. True. The AI apocalypse is not likely a Skynet type thing. It's much more likely to be just a boring world full of humans incapable of dreaming new dreams, let alone making those dreams happen. I feel like this is the most likely outcome. This is the most likely outcome, okay? It is the brain rot thing where it's like, okay, hypothetically, if you get a new app, new program, whatever it is you're tinkering with, the way you used to learn it is either go through manuals, tinker with it, mess around, find out new things to do on your own. There's a bit of discovery there, blah, blah, blah. Now, with tutorials, stuff like that, and AI, you just get right to the point, figure out what it is you're doing. There's no experimentation. You're basically like, all right, do this, do this, do this, do this. And you're doing that, doing that, doing that, doing that. In between all that, there's no experimenting. There's no fiddling with things, playing with the knobs, going through the menus. Let's see what happens if I do this. All right? Because for us, right, all the programs that we know how to work, we have learned them ourselves. Well, up until Blender. Blender, we're like, we got to watch tutorials and stuff. And still, even then, I'm like, well, what if I do this? And I fiddle with it. If you're just going to go by the numbers and dragging and dropping stuff, it does take away a bit of creativity. Same thing with art, storytelling, or whatever it is. If you're not going to sit there and actually experiment it with it, coding, and you're just going to do a rehash of something that humans have already done, the culmination of everything that humans have created, we put into a data set, and now we're just playing with it. I get that because it's fun to play with. However, it's like if you're not adding to it and building upon it, then it's kind of pointless because you're not thinking, if that makes any sense. So, want to memorize every curvature of a program? There you go. So yeah, that was a good thing. Just be wary of using AI to the point where you're not even thinking, because you don't want the brain rot. You don't want the brain. You don't want that. You don't want it. It's bad. It's bad. Boop. Okay, here's where I'm going to start getting pissed off. All right, motherfuckers. Data centers using 6% of electricity supply in the UK and US. Research says, industry body says energy consumption driven by AI up 15% globally in 2 years as it warns of societal backlash. We've already had issues here, right? Where an out-of-state town has to redo their infrastructure to basically accommodate an out-of-state data center because the lines aren't up to par for what these soul-sucking bastards need. So that's going to cost $2 billion or some ridiculous thing like that. That is going to be, trickle down to everybody in that state. So everybody's energy prices are going up. And here's the rule that I would have. If you're building a data center, clearly you have the money. Guess what goes on top of that cost? You updating the infrastructure, no matter where it goes, to sustain your bullshit. Okay? You generate your own power. And if you can't, you pay for your own power and update the infrastructure so it can handle all the consumption that you're taking. That's what we got to do. Because there's no way we should allow these $1 billion. And yeah, there's going to be a societal backlash because nobody's energy bill should be going up when everybody's been going green for the longest fucking time. And you already did this in a cartoon you just posted, so I'm going to reiterate. We have changed everything to energy efficient everything. Everything. The refrigerator, the microwaves, the ovens, every fucking thing on a fucking planet. Our game consoles turn off because, are you still watching? Yeah. Everything. TVs. If it doesn't detect you're in the room, I gotta save power. Save power. Why the fuck aren't the energy bills going down? They never fucking go down. They never go down. Ever. 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 I've never gotten a discount. I've never gotten a break on an electrical bill ever. It always goes up. My water went down, but I guarantee you it won't after these motherfuckers using what? 30 million gallons of water, which they didn't even pay for. They were just like quietly siphoning it off, allegedly, according to another article. And that water just goes, turns into vapor because they got to cool down their freaking computers. Bro, get a fan. What the hell? This is going to get ridiculous. And there will be a societal backlash because you know what happened with the warehouses in California with the toilet paper? Yeah. Seriously, that's going to be billions of dollars of problems, And hey, again, I am all for AI. I want AI to get out there and make the world better for everybody. Everybody. I want the knowledge of the world at everybody's fingertips. Not that anybody knows how to process it, but still. You cannot let the rest of humanity be put this on their backs. You already have the money for it. You have the infrastructure. You got the money. You have the resources. You pay for it. And if anything good comes out of AI, whether people like it or not, it should push the United States to update our infrastructure for electrical grids and all that other stuff because it is old. It is old. We need to update it. So there's going to be a checks and balances here that somebody's really got to look into. We cannot have these data centers fucking up everybody's electrical bills and lifestyles without them paying a penny for it. Like, you know, and again, my thing is, if they're going to make so much money off of AI from all these companies and laying off all these people, that money should go back to people. We got to get to that point where we got to stop being concerned about money and just making sure people stay alive. Because one of the...
AI needs to be used for its primary advantages, like interactivity. People keep using it to please replace what I could have a person do, instead of going, hey, what's this new thing I can do that I can't have done any other way? Stop using steel construction beams to replicate stone facades.
There's that thing. Thank you. Ads are starting, but I don't want that, so I'm going to snooze it. But the money thing, like, one of the things that people do.
A giant EV maker was supposed to prompt updating the grid, too. See how well that went?
Yeah, well, somebody has to fix that. Because we can't have everybody just doing this. Yeah, there were supposed to be all those EV recharging stations. What, didn't California get like $20 billion to do this? What did we get? Like 2 electrical pumps? Huh? Anti-capitalist rant? No, I love anti-capitalism. And capitalism. I love capitalism, but I am a little anti-capitalism when it gets to the point of destroying the people who are supposed to be their consumers. This thing should be like, no, but let's move ahead into the Star Trek world, right? My thing is, at a certain point, money and want doesn't exist. So people don't need to work for those things, right? And here's an example. Content. There's so much free content out there. A lot of people used to work. People used to work to buy a video game now. Now there's so many free to plays, it doesn't even matter. Same thing with music. You could just stream it everywhere. It doesn't cost you anything, right? All that stuff. What people need is homes, food, and education, and medical, that kind of thing. So a lot of that stuff that we quote unquote need or would work towards getting, we don't need to do that, because data centers and crap like that, they're all there, right? But the thing is, it's like, we're not making more money. If anything, we're losing more jobs. And at this point, it should be, we have this weird scale. Capitalism works on a scale where company makes money, people make money. That's how it should work. You got to pay your employees, you make money, blah, blah, blah. I get that. But now it's like, company makes money. There are no employees. So you just basically eliminated the need to work. And without that, there's no capitalism. There's just giant companies who are siphoning money from people who don't have it.
Now it's corporatism.
I guess that. Maybe that. I don't know what the term is. But if that ends up being the case in the future, say hypothetically future, everybody gets along, blah, blah, blah. The concept of money is not going to be, it's not going to have value, And you wonder why people moved over to crypto. Like, a lot of people just function on crypto because they're like, well, where else am I getting money? They can't get jobs. There's no jobs. Can't get job, can't get a paycheck. Maybe you're selling stuff on Etsy, you're doing whatever, blah, blah, blah. Data centers are going to make it worse. There's going to be even less jobs. So then where does all this money go? Well, it goes to the data center. Yeah, but after that. So aside from laying people off, getting all that capital so you can make these data centers, what do you do after that? Where does all that money go? Where's it going? Well, to maintain a data center. Yeah, but there's going to be a profit made there. An astronomical profit. So what is it going to do? Is it going to all go to taxes? Is that going to be like redistributed to people who actually need it? Are there going to be new jobs made from this? There's so many variables that are unknown. So I'm approaching this from a very skeptical, think of the people, and, you know, don't build something like this that is going to cause problems for people who don't even live in that state. The other article that we saw where it's like they have to update the infrastructure for another state to accommodate a data center that's not in their state. That's insane. Like, that's insane. Because now they've got to pay for this. They're not even a part of this, you know? So that's my main concern. I really feel like, as capitalism goes, a company should build with their own capital and not make other people pay for it. Especially if they're not even in the state. That's my thing. Oh my God. Come on, man. You guys got billions of dollars. Jeez. All right, what else we got? Irresponsible backlash as Utah approves data center twice the size of Manhattan. This is what I'm saying. Utah. Twice the size of Manhattan. 2 Manhattans in Utah for servers. Bro, that's crazy. What does it say? Streams over streaming. Oh, I see what they did there. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to suck up a lot of money, people over profits, you know, that kind of thing. It's the usual thing. Let's keep the threats of violence to Minecraft, folks. Oh, God, what are people being violent here? I can't learn what's also accused. Oh, here we go. Not getting into that. All right, but this is one of those examples, right? Again, I want data centers. I want AI to go to everybody and stuff like that, but there's got to be a balance. Do you really need a data center to be twice the size of Manhattan? Twice the size of Manhattan. All right, technically, you could still walk it if you're in decent shape. But that's pretty big. That's pretty big. You know? That's even worse. Utah is towards the top of the water. Top of the water sources out there. Arizona already has water shortage issues. Yeah, well, guess where all that water is going to be going? And that's the other thing. Data centers should have to get their own water somehow. I don't care how they do it. They have to do it, and they have to pay for it.
So, a data center that covers 67 square miles.
There you go. So, like, what? They pump it out of the ground. I don't care where they get the water from as long as they get it and it doesn't hurt the people or the environment around them. Like, yo, if they got to ship it over from the ocean, I don't care. That's the thing. I want the future to be good, but not at the detriment of the entirety of society and the environment. We were getting like real good about that. You know, let's get the environment great and everything like that. And this is not a step in the right direction, you know? So again, I don't know all the details, but this does not sound good. Twice the size of Manhattan? What if there's a problem in server 3 and you're by like server 9 billion? You know, they're only going to have 5 people running this thing. They can pump the water out of the ground, heat the water, and then give it to local residents to heat their homes. Oh, yeah. What's that term where they use the underground thermal things to heat people's homes? Super expensive to do, but it's supposed to be really effective. It can like heat and cool. What's up?
How long does it take to walk from one end of Manhattan to the other?
Are you going long ways or short ways? Because if you're going from east to west, then that's shorter. That's maybe an hour, you know, but up and down, maybe 5. Kind of depends. Yeah. Are you walking at a New York pace or are you going at a leisure pace? Oh, geothermal. There you go. Nice. Am I the asshole? Probably. Let's find out later. Found. Shift in tone. Dracula. 1931 epilogue. They found the epilogue. 1931. This is almost a 100-year-old film. All right. Look. Universal's Dracula. Blah, blah, blah. All this. Okay. When Dracula was reissued in 1936, the Motion Picture Code much like the Comic Code back in the day, which worked to censor films in order to keep certain morals, was being taken very seriously. As such, the epilogue was removed to avoid contention from religious groups. The epilogue was never restored for any future releases. Right? A few stills and a brief clip of the epilogue are featured in the 1999 documentary Road to Dracula. In September 2021, David J. Skal, director of Road to Dracula and noted writer and historian known for his works in the horror genre, was contacted by the Loose Leaf Celluloid podcast and asked about the state of the footage. According to Skal, Universal acquired the only known copy of the sequence from the British Film Institute by the late 90s. As it features several raggedy jump cuts and is missing portions of the soundtrack, Universally quality control people deemed it unusable and refused to let it be used in its entirety. So I came up with the solution you see in my documentary. Oh man, it's a documentary. He also stated that restoration is possible though he doubts. I feel like they used AI to fix the rest of it. I really do. Why do I feel like they ran it through AI and it was all jacked up and whatever, and they just had AI fill in the blanks? Is that really rediscovering something, assuming that's what happened? Or is it just like, yeah, we'll just make believe this is what it was? I kind of worry about that. Metastasis redesign. What? Metaphysics scraped a partial, completely rough, 70 million data center in Texas, tearing down the existing structure to start fresh on a new design tailored entirely intensive liquid coated cooled AI workloads. You know, I really hope Elon is able to get those data centers in space and cool it through space. All those servers can be running in 0 temperature all the time. That would be astounding. You know? Oh, it's a little warm in here. Yeah, just turn a little knob and let the vacuum of space cool it off. Done. You know? Meta is Facebook. I know Meta's Facebook. And it's also Instagram and Threads. People still use Threads. All right, what is this? I was looking at snacks. Is that a cigarette one? Yo, this is pretty cool. Look at that. Yo, look at that. What is that back there? Is that an old coffee machine? Look at that. Oh, I can't see.
Space is not a great way to cool things. Heat doesn't transfer well to a vacuum.
Yeah, but it's space. You know how cold space is? Space. I don't know. That's above my pay grade. Someone will figure it out. Give me a second. No, I got to do a thing. No, that's annoying. It doesn't need to be there. Boop. Come on. Where is it? 1 second. Bro. Now there's an update, so there's a stupid tab here I don't need. Like, hey, you want to keep this open? No, I don't. All right, good. I think we should be all right. All right. Boop. All right. This thing. Remember Futurama? When the future was fun? Well, they're bringing it back. Dude. Hulu's biggest sci-fi series sets, season 14. Season 14. What is it, in the fall? What does it say? 31st century, blah, 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 blah. Can we just get a date here? I'm assuming it's in the fall. Starting, blah, oh my God. All right, yeah, whatever. Just know that season 14 is coming up. Look it up. I can't deal with these long-winded articles of BS. Oh God, what's happening? I see a disc and it worries me. More Fry and Leela? Yeah. Bring back Archer. Let's see. Xbox might be working on including digital codes with its physical games. We already hate Nintendo's key cards. We already hate them, Nintendo. All right? Xbox, did you know that? Did you know that everybody hates the freaking key cards that Nintendo make? Oh, God. So I guess they're going to what? Try to embed it here? Your physical Xbox game might be digital too one day. Nintendo, sue them, because I don't want this in my disc. I want my disc to just work, okay? Xbox not learning from Nintendo's mistakes. No, I don't think Nintendo thinks it's a mistake, and they're not going to change their ways. They're like, no, this is it. This is how it's going to go. That's it. I don't care. So no, that might be a thing. Something that they're working on. Ugh. What is this? Get out of here. I don't want your stuff. God, this is a mess. A major UK retailer has been forced to stop in-store Pokemon card sales. Oh, God. Remember when Pokemon was fun to collect and kids enjoyed their lives? I feel like I'm banging a broken drum at this point, but the state of the Pokemon trading card game is not good. As a collector, my entire life, I have never seen things this bad. While the 25th anniversary celebration set was a popular product among scalpers, it was still readily available. It's different now. Look at this one. I got the tone shifted and everything. It's different now. Now, one major UK retailer has stopped selling Pokemon cards in-store in another damning indictment of the trading card game. All right, who is this place? We're currently out of stock of Pokemon trading cards, begins the message on social media from UK retailer Argos. Did they have a better store called Super Argos? Wasn't that the wrestler in those old movies? There was like Argos, right? Argos and Super Argos or whatever. Yeah, I think it was on Mr. Lobo or something. Send me insomnia. Still think trading cards are just worthless cardboard. Yeah, it depends on who collects it, you know? Moving forward, no Pokemon cards will be available for purchase via any Argos store. Did they literally just say we're not selling them ever? Instead, collectors and scalpers will have to purchase cards via the store's app and then collect them from their local Argos store. Home delivery is unavailable. Or are they going to stop scalpers online? Or like, you know, you already have 100 boxes in your cart, you know? Would you like to add more? Argos. Super Argos. I feel like part of me wants to get involved in those weird luchador movies from like the late 60s, early 70s. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just bored with current content, you know? I'm like, yeah, that's right. I'll watch a weird supernatural... What's the other guy? Santos? Yeah, Santos versus the vampire women or something. I'd like to see what those vampire women look like. You know, no, just because you know they didn't consult me, you know, for accuracy, so I'll have to go back and look at their work. Some of those El Santo movies are good. Yeah, what was the one that was Cinnamon Insomnia played? It was Hand of Death or something. I saw that one was very bouncy. There was a lot of ladies in there with jiggly bits and stuff. You don't see anything. It's tasteful. But I was like, holy crap, they got away with that? Well, they didn't have the movie code thing they had to deal with. All right, anyway, back to Pokemon. Let's see. Instead, collect... Okay, bye-bye. Ever since I was let me do old person voice. Ever since I was a young boy, purchasing Pokemon cards from Argos has been a thing. So the fact that it has to take these measures is a strong indication of how bad things currently are. It's the latest in a line of stores that have had to adjust their policies to cater to this new wave of Pokemon hype. Last year, the Pokemon Center added strong anti-bot protections. What, they have to do a CAPTCHA? Are you a robot? But they've already been bypassed. Another store has enforced a quiz people must pass. That was the one in Japan. If they want to buy cards, and on a recent trip to Japan, I found one Japanese store would not sell scaled Pokemon trading card brand products to anybody over the age of 15. Nice. So, I don't get it. Okay, and I'm going to say this as somebody who was there for the first generation. I was in it, man. First gen, I was like, oh, cool, blah, blah, blah. Second gen, all right, got some cool little guys. A third, fourth, fifth, sixth. I don't even know what gen they're up to right now. Okay. Here's the thing. For everybody who's into Pokemon, great. Cards, I'm sorry everybody's an asshole out there. But to me, personally, and I'm going to not even say, I'm not even a tourist at this point. That's how far removed I am from this. But as an outsider, I feel like the franchise has gotten so bloated with so many Pokemon that it's all meaningless to me. The only ones I care about are the first 151 really. Other than that, I don't care. Like, I can't care. It's too much to care about. At a certain point, you just got to let go. You know? And I know if Pokemon fans out there are like, no, dude, it's cool. I mean, fine. It's cool for you. But it sucks for everybody else, you know? Because now it's like, kids that want to get into this, they can't. They want to play with their friends, they can't. Dad, I need these cards to play. Oh, all right. Where are they? They're probably on eBay. Oh, yeah. Look, $70 a pack. Do you have any less expensive hobbies? No. Come on, man. Here's the thing. Everything on this fucking planet, everyone's think of the children all the time. We're getting age verifications. We're getting, not safe for work content put into the dark corners of the web. Nobody can look at a breast anymore because we have to think of the children. Scalpers basically stealing the fun out of the youth of society. Yeah, nobody thinks of the children. Nobody cares. Couple of stores, yeah, we're not going to sell them anymore. But just you got to order them online. No in-store stuff. We're going to give you a Pokemon quiz. This is it? Now? How long has this been going on? No, whatever, dude. That's going to get out as a laser printer and make his own card game. Honestly, that's what I would do. Because there were cards that I just did not have as early on in the days of Magic the Gathering. Couldn't afford them. I did proxy cards. I would find a picture somewhere. If somebody was cool and I knew them, I would take them to a copy center, and I would get a full color copy of those cards, and I would cut them out, and I would just glue them onto other garbage cards and make my own little proxy set. Because I ain't paying $50, $70, $100, $500 for a card. That's what I would teach my kid. If they really like a card and they really want to do that, yo, here's like $30, bro. Go to Kinko's, Staples, wherever. And it would probably be interesting, because then they get a little arts and crafts thing. It's something they like. They got to cut them out and they maybe, glue them onto some other piece of cardboard and, make a whole thing. I had to place all the cards for a deck before. Yeah. Dude, that's why we got it's stupid efficient with what we're doing now. Hey, Rex, thank you. Hi. With the card game you're working on, dude, we have these like meticulously cut out things, and like when they're into plastics, you can't even tell that they're printed out. They're really done well. So it's kind of just like we got to let kids actually have the stuff that's intended for kids. I know there are adult collectors and stuff like that, and you want to buy packs, but be reasonable about it. Just because you have a $20,000 credit card limit doesn't mean you got to buy $20,000 in Pokemon cards. I would not do that. As much as I would like to make the extra money scalping cards, I don't feel it's right. I really don't. I feel like, those should be for people who are the players. I'm a casual, I'm like, whatever. Dude, I haven't played a Pokemon card game in probably 15 years. I forget 90% of the rules. What's with the camera, bro? Stop taking pictures. Capcom confirms it plans to continue Devil May Cry, Dead Rising, and Ace Attorney. Yes. All right, Capcom, thank you. All right, because we need a good Dead Rising. You already have a lot of Ace Attorney things, so you can hold off on that. Devil May Cry, let's go. Yeah. And Nintendo, put the Bayonetta games on Steam, will you? Okay? Come on. I didn't get a chance to play two. So that's good. I don't know when this is going to happen, but at least there are plans. This is going to push Pokemon trading card games to be digital only. What if that's the grand conspiracy? Let's get with conspiracies, right? Hypothetically, what if the Pokemon Company is behind all these scalpers, funding them to buy up all these cards, cornering the market, and now the kids have no choice but to play Pokemon, the trading card game, online, and buy digital packs that the company never even has to make. So their whole collection is a digital collection that could evaporate when the company just doesn't want to support the game anymore. And then they got to buy the cards all over again. Duh. If it's digital only, does that make it NFT like? I feel like Pokemon cards would have been an NFT thing if they were going to even do that. But, you know, the cards are just as crazy as an NFT, honestly. Nobody gets a hold of these things. I can't even remember the last time I saw Pokemon cards in a store. Target, Walmart, any of those places, you know? And it's sad. But I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo thought, how could we profit from the scalper situation? Yeah. Have special, you can't find a, you know, physical card discount in their mobile game. God. I don't know. It's just, it's sad. I kind of just, you know, I don't know. You know, like, people should just have them and have fun. You know? Uh-oh. He doesn't look happy. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yo, Nagoshi Studio website is no longer functional as Gang of Dragon cancellation fears grow. Okay, the people that worked on Yakuza games, they were going to make another one, right? You can see this is very Yakuza in feel. The publisher decided that they didn't want to fund it halfway through. Like, they didn't want to put any more money in it. So essentially it was canceled, but now the website that was there, gone. Gone. So if you're looking forward to Gang of Dragon, next game from the Yakuza creator Toshiro Nagoshi, then chances are you're close to the bottom of the bottle of whiskey and thoroughly lost in the doom and gloom that the whole saga. Yeah. Thank you. 81. Thanks. If you are, I sympathize with you greatly because I am also right there with you. Earlier this year, it was reported that Nagoshi Studios lost its funding from Tencent. What, Tencent, you don't have enough money? After founder Toshiro Nagoshi admitted that he'd need about $44.4 million to actually finish development. While not confirmed, if Tencent pulled out, that it's pretty obvious that Nagoshi did not get that funding that he wanted, and I struggle to think of a publisher that would give it to him. Sega, you worked with this person before. I'm just saying, I know $44 million is not a lot of money, right? But, oof, $44 million? It boggles my mind that these games cost so much to make. This guy's a well-known actor, though, so. That's kind of sad. You know? Website, Gang Draft currently does not load. No, it doesn't load. Web archive has a snapshot of the webpage April 25th. Okay. Now we have yet another signed Nagoshi Studio. Okay, now what does this mean? If Gang of Dragons and Nagoshi Studios aren't in trouble, having a website, official website down, pretty damning sign that things are... Okay, basically this game's canceled. You're never going to see it. God. I don't know. You figure the creator of Yakuza could get another game off the ground. You know? Yakuza's a huge... or like a dragon, whatever they want to call it now. It is a huge franchise. Every game sells well. They always make a profit, from what I understand. So I don't know why they wouldn't take a chance on this. There was already more hype about this than most Yakuza games. It's all there. Rename it, keep it same play style. It's probably going to be like play like a Yakuza game. Yeah, I can't imagine it being that different. But I don't know. It's just kind of like, well, we may never know what this game's like. Xbox. Why don't you? Come on, you always want some cred in Japan, right? Nobody even carries your consoles there. Jibida. Look at him. I know he might be an intimidating guy, but he's probably easy to work with. Yeah, come on. I don't know. Maybe Nintendo, not Nintendo, Xbox should step in and be like, yeah, we'll do it. I don't know. Jet Set Radio. There you go. Sega seems to be dropping its free-to-play ambitions, moving over 100 developers to mainstay IPs. They are moving over, because we talked about it earlier, they had this like free-to-play thing with NFTs, service game crap that they just canned. And they took those developers, didn't fire them, just moved them to other projects. Thank you, Sega. Get this game going, will you? I need another Jet Set Radio. Or at the very least, give us a good remake of Jet Set Radio Future. You got to do that. Come on. Now I'm waiting for him to do that, dude. I've been sitting just wait. I got a copy for Xbox, but it's stupid. It's almost like people are a resource. Almost, right? All right. Okay, this is the other thing that's going to bother the hell out of me. You ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? I'm ready. Okay. Liza P. Studio is hiring someone to AI generate concept art. Looks like another studio is implementing AI art into its game development process. As Round 8 Studio is hiring an AI creator. Round 8 is best known for Liza P, and judging by the new job listing from the studio, the follow-up to this Souls-like hit will include AI art and assets. The job describes for this AI creator role says that they will be tasked with generating concept art for character background concept drafts. Okay, the final thing will probably not have AI art because I don't think they're that ballsy. However, okay, round 8 Studio. All right, getting the swears going. You fucking pricks. A concept artist? Are all the people you hired so bereft of ideas that they can't, I don't know, look at the game they've already created and maybe work around and make something like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Who the fuck are you hiring there? Are you out of your mind? We need a concept artist to come up with fucking ideas? You are the fucking studio. You hire a concept artist, not an AI concept artist. You know, because an AI concept artist, you know what that is? You can get the person who answers the phone to go, all right, AI, I need a clockwork thing that looks a little bit gothic and is kind of like a monster. Give me like a mock-up of that, bro. There you go. There's your AI concept artist, all right? Stop fucking around and hire somebody that actually has fucking ideas. And if you don't have people who have ideas right now, fucking fire them and hire people who have ideas, okay? Because you can find modelers and stuff who, you know, have imagination. That would be great. Because if you're just going to churn out shit that was spit out by AI and having the humans put their human gloss on it so you don't get blowback from society's anti-AI perspective, that's even worse, honestly, because you hired people with no ideas who are just basically cogs and staff workers redrawing what the robots gave them. That's fucking pathetic on every fucking level, okay? You have the money. This game was successful. It was a good game. People liked it. You have the resources to hire people who have ideas. We're going to get an AI concept artist. That's not even a thing. Don't even make it a thing. An AI concept artist is not, no, they're getting ideas from AI and they're handing them off to you. Yeah, but they got a prompt. Yeah, anyone can prompt. Okay? There are different levels, but guess what? It's going to get easier. Even if you don't know how to prompt, I'm looking to make a robot that looks gothic and clockworky. Make a prompt for something like that. Give it glowing eyes. You know what? AI will come back and give you the prompt. You don't got to even be a prompt expert. Boop. I want kind of something like this. Make it that would be good for that. Be creative. It'll just spit it out. And then you cut and paste that and yeah, do that. Come on.
So I've gotten sucked into the Sherlock Holmes book series and he got me thinking, and I did some research. Garlic is a natural anticoagulant, so what if Steve and vampires are simply spreading misinformation that they are allergic to garlic, cannot eat it, will be near it, so it's easier for them to feed on our blood
expressway. I kind of break out into hives, you know? I mean, it's not bad. It's just, you know, slightly allergic. Get a little itchy. Some kind of little splotchy. I can eat it. I don't know. I don't know where the garlic thing came from. Stupid Hollywood. Okay, here's the thing. If vampires were allergic to garlic, there'd be no Italian vampires. Okay? So. Anyway, thank you. This is bullshit. All right? This is the thing. They're not like a one-person studio. You a one-person studio, you want to make a game, you don't have the resources? Fine. These fuckers got the resources. They got the resources. again, I've said this before, I would rather have a human being come up with the concept and have AI do the artwork than the other way around. Honestly. Because that's just bullshit. That's absolutely bullshit. Because then now you are taking the job of somebody who was actually creative. You're taking the job away from somebody who was creative, and that's the problem. That's the big problem. Because here's the thing, I've had this discussion numerous times. There's a big difference between creative individual and staff artist. Staff artists are just going to redraw what the AI spits out and say it's art. Okay? There's talent there, and there's, you know, I guess respect and execution, but if there's no ideas there, that's what a staff artist is. They're redoing the work. Okay? A concept artist is the creator. They come up with the idea. They come up with the world building, as it were. Everything. You know, the names of the characters, the lore, and all this other stuff. If you're just getting a robot to do that, that's when it becomes not human. And then you're just like, you know, you're essentially getting the staff artist to put the human skin on it. So if this article is true, assuming it is, grain of salt, you know, I mean, it's just a job listing. I always jump to worst case scenarios. Round 8 studio, I kind of expect better. And I feel like everybody else will, because I'm pretty sure people are going to find out what the issue is. I really don't want to play a game that has had no human creativity in it. Because everyone was focused on the AI artwork. No. Don't worry about the AI artwork. Worry about the AI ideas that no human made. That's what you got to worry about. You know? No, but the artwork is AI. Who gives a flying fuck? The idea came from a human. That's the fucking important thing. You know? God. If I, like, for us, for, you know, as character designs go, not AI. Like, we create our own crap because we want to. And that's why we work on it. Because we made it. We made it. If a robot's just turning out a character for us, I'm like, well, I don't care about this. Yeah, it looks cool and stuff, but it's got none of me in it, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. Wow. No, it's so frustrating. No. Again, assuming this is true, but yeah. What? No, I definitely get angry as if it is true and that's actually going to be a thing, but I know it will be in the future. I can, but it depends on what. Can what? I heard Lies of P was a cool game. Lies of P is a cool game. You know, it runs well. The character design is great. And that was all done by people, as far as I know, because it came out well before AI got really, really big. Let's see. Need a human idea on my desk by 5. And it's what? And it's already 7. What? Take all the development time you need for ideas, just, you know, and I think that's going to be the danger in AI, is because everyone is going to press people to come up with ideas constantly. Do it. I need this character design, blah, 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 blah. We got deadlines, blah, 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 blah. And any real artwork and creation and concept takes time. You got to have drafts, you got to blah, 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 you know, all that other stuff. And again, I would rather have somebody who has the concept and have to explain it to AI and then have AI churn something out and then be like, yes, that's what I wanted. That's what's in my brain. I'm okay with that too. But I want the ideas and the creations to come from people, you know? Again, you know, I love AI music. I like AI art. I like all this AI crap. It's fun. It's a fun palette to play with. But if there's no human at the end of it, what's the fucking point? Yeah. Anyway, there's some stuff I got to catch up. Yeah, I can, depend on what you want. I can concept enemies with the combining steps, themes, locations. Not those. Let's see. Yeah, it'd be kind of depressing if I was given concept art to work on by a soulless robot. That's the thing, you know. Even as an artist, wouldn't you just be like, "All right, cool, dude, this is a good idea." Yeah, AI came out with it. Just redraw it so it's human. Huh? But this has been a problem in China with staff artists. Is they just basically get hired to fix the mistakes that AI did, and they can barely make a living. Because at some point, AI is not going to be making mistakes, and those workers are not going to be there, you know? And if you're just going to automate this thing where it's like, okay, AI makes the idea, AI does the art, AI does the coding, AI does this, then that's when you seriously get soulless packaging. You get a soulless product of I don't care. And that's good. That's going to be the worst of the arts in the future. It may look good, it may even play good, but there's not going to be something there, that human spark. It's basically everybody just putting stuff through a machine to make a thing so they can sell it and hopefully make some money. Yeah.
Let's freaking go. Card battle. La, 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 la. Card battle.
Hey, there you go. There you go. Macabre Cat, you got a roll equal to or greater than 14. That guy. Grisha's not significant other, but she was on it. You do better than a 14. What do we got? Card battle. Where is it? That song's gonna run out. There you go. 7. No. No. Oh man. Why put passion into something you don't own? Oh, if you're a staff artist, then why are you even there? Why get into art and be talented and not have a passion for the job that you're working on? This is why we never worked for anybody. We did a couple of freelance things back in the day. But, yeah, bro, if you're not excited to be working, you're in a wrong line. Everybody should be, working towards what they want to be working on. Yeah, you got to pay the bills, but you could do that, with some sort of passion. I mean, we've had many jobs we did not have a passion for, but when it comes to art shouldn't just be a paycheck. It really shouldn't. It should be something you want to work on, even if it's AI. Like, if you have a passion to work and get what you want out of that AI, it's still a passion. And I'm fine with that. But if you're just sitting there just going, yeah, what am I drawing today? All right, whatever. We got some skeleton guys here. All right, yeah, I'll get it done by 5, whatever. Okay. Skeletons. Yeah, I mean, come on, dude. Like, then get the hell out of the field. That's the way I would look at it. I'd be like, get the hell out. I don't know, man. It's like, and if you are talented, you know what? Get another job that pays equal and save up all that talent that you want to work on. Because, sitting in front of a computer working on artwork and all that other stuff, your time is finite, So if you're going to have to do artwork, do it for yourself and make something that you like, I don't know. Don't waste your time on other people that aren't going to appreciate it. Yeah, it might be a check, it might be a paycheck, whatever. Get a job somewhere else. Yeah. No, because even a staff artist, I want them to have a passion for what they're doing. I don't want them sitting there like, yeah, does this look all right? Yeah, I'm fine with it. Whatever. I don't want that. God. You have a passion for my own stuff, is what I mean. No, definitely. You got to have a passion for your own stuff. Yeah. Ever seen a Twilight Zone episode where the computer basically put even the owner out of work after it fired the entire, staff of the company? Yeah. I've been seeing a lot of articles now where it's like, for all the redundancies in corporations right now, CEOs that get paid the most, I feel like we can hand that over to AI, right? Yeah, now like the CEOs are just like, they're sweating a little bit going, yeah, no, we have a very important part of this company. Okay. Yeah. Oh, man. I don't know. There is a lot of, I don't know, man. It's kind of like being a staff musician, There's a lot of staff musicians, very talented, and they just either don't make their own stuff or don't have a passion to play their own stuff or creativity to, play their own stuff. I would rather listen to a passionate punk band that can only play 3 fucking chords than a virtuoso playing Vivaldi who can hit every note properly but have no passion. And again, that's just my perspective on it. You know, there is you can tell when it's there, and you know when it's not. So, you know, it's kind of it's dicey. I mean, who knows how the world of gaming is going to be in the future, but there will be a bubble, and it's going to break, and a lot of people are going to lose a lot of money. All right. Speaking of AI, this is weird, endearing, but confusing. All right. Darkest Dungeon will never use Gen AI to replicate the voice of the game's late narrator. However, the late narrator said it was okay. Darkest Dungeon developer Red Hook revealed in a recent discussion that it doesn't intend to recreate the iconic voice of the game's late narrator. Very iconic voice. Wayne June, such a unique name too. Using generative artificial intelligence. Thanks, Rock, Paper, Shotgun. Okay, in other words, we took that article. One of his last emails to me, Wayne gave us permission to train an AI on his voice, something he'd staunchly opposed prior to his death. See? We'd never asked to do it. I think he was trying to put the game team fans first, offer us a way forward. I declined, and we donated to his family anyway. See, there you go. Co-founder and creativity director, blah, blah, blah. I find that interesting. I like that integrity of the developer, and I'm especially the Wayne June guy who's like, you know what? I'm more concerned with the game and the fans moving forward, that they have that there, and you know they can hear that voice, and that was cool of him to do. But even cooler of Red Hook to be like, no, it's all right, you know. So I don't know, like James Earl Jones. Like, here's the weird thing: James Earl Jones actually said, yeah, you can use AI. Blah, blah, blah. Make sure my estate gets the money for Darth Vader and stuff like that. Disney, of course, is like, yeah, here you go. And it's interesting. So based on whether the voice actor wants that to happen or not is kind of interesting. And I'm not sure how I would feel about that, but I generally think in the future, everybody's going to be up for grabs. If you existed, somebody's going to steal your essence, but good on you. Oh, okay. I had a jump scare there for a second because it's a costume. It's not just flesh. Okay. Stellar Blade sequel will be self-published. Bro, I love this. Okay. Yeah. All right. Stellar Blade, right? Sequel, blah, blah, blah. First game came out. People thought it was all right. Everyone kind of liked her. Getting the costumes that were progressively more revealing, big surprise it was successful. But, they made enough money so the next game is going to be self-published. These bros don't got to worry about anything. They don't got to be exclusive. They don't got to do nothing. They want to be on PlayStation, boom. Nintendo, yeah, whatever. Yeah, Sony, Xbox, boom, everywhere. I love stories like this, This is cool. I like this. I didn't play this game, so I don't know if it's really that good. Or if people were just like, wow, look at all these cool skins, dude. This one you can see cleavage. I don't know. That is good though. I'm excited when, they hit them, 2,000 concurrent players. Wow, 200,000. I guarantee you, most of those were modders trying to get boobs in there. Like at least 90% of it. But that's good. So congratulations. We can move forward with more indie people not being under the boot of some stupid large corporation. Boom. However, speaking of EA, the numbers weren't there for Dead Space 4 to happen, says former Dead Space writer and producer. Okay. Essentially, there's an article about this. Did I pull this up here? That's good. I did. All right. There you go. Right there. To be fair, we've known the Can I get this out of my head here? Okay, there was something that wasn't greenlit before. They were going to do Dead Space 4, right, after the remake that everybody loved. But they're not even doing a remake of 2, apparently. They're like, the numbers are not there, which is kind of sad because I thought it did pretty good. Look, it sold 2 million copies. Nothing to scoff at, of course, but not enough for counting what a video game executives to make another one. That fucking drives me nuts. They sold 2 million copies of the Dead Space remake. And it's not considered enough. God. So, yeah, we're not going to get any more Dead Space as of this moment. They've been clamoring for another Dead Space game. At least he got open to claim to what? Clarence Schofield, convincing EA to sell him the IP. Yeah, you might want to talk to American McGee first before you try that. You ain't never getting that IP. If I've learned anything from EA, it's that they will just sit on an IP for all of eternity until the creator dies. That's why I don't buy EA games anymore. Yeah. Never getting it. Never getting it. Nope, nope, nope. So Dead Space is quite in fact dead. Boop. It is frustrating to see policymakers suddenly claim everything is for our safety. Stop Killing Games joins pushback against age verification laws. Okay, here's the weird thing. This article essentially is like, okay, the Stop Killing Games thing, you know, where they want to make sure games, live service games and all that stuff just don't vanish after the fact. Well, they don't want to have to deal with age verification either. Because now if these games are defunct or whatever, then it's like, who's maintaining that? So now there's this whole other thing where, you know, of course, game companies don't want Stop Killing Games to go through because they don't want to maintain anything. And now Stop Killing Games is like, all right, well, this is not going to be fair for publishers who are just going to let the game die, but you know, patch it to be maintained. So now if they got to worry about age verification systems and stuff, it's like, come on, dude. Because there was a game here. Where was it? Some game. There we go. Stop Killing Games points to Urban Dead, a 20-year-old browser game that shut down last year as a result of the UK online safety bill. The game's creator, Kevin Davis, found it unfeasible to implement safety measures required by this act, and as such, closed the game down on the 14th of March. Thanks, UK. UK, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you so stupid? What the hell is going on in your world of duh that you don't even realize the implication of your laws? You're literally destroying whatever country you think you got left, okay? You're literally a shell of your former self. Get your shit together, okay? You're welcome. Sometimes you got to be harsh with these people. Anyway, I never played that, but it really, yeah, I didn't even know the game existed, honestly. So it's got nothing to do with me, but bro, it's been around for 20 years. Yeah, that's insane. Good. So yeah, now we got to deal with this. You know, everyone's gonna be like, well, we have to kill games because we can't verify everybody's age. So screw the concept of art in gaming and let everything die. You know. No, it's not Transformers. Voltron. Okay, this is weird because for those who don't know, they were working on a Voltron movie, right? But problem is, Amazon's forming Henry Cavill's Voltron film for streaming, not theatrical. So yeah, this is gonna be a streaming thing now. It was supposed to be theatrical. It was a live action Henry Cavill led action Voltron movie. All right, it got an update, but it's gonna be streaming. Why? Why are you doing that? Come on, man. Are we ever going to want to go to a theater again? Like, what the hell? Let's see. Amazon's Henry Cavill live-action movie has finally gotten an update, but there's a catch, as the studio has announced that the film will not be released in theaters, instead of launching straight on streaming like Prime Video or MGM+. The news came during the Amazon upfront presentation. Really, that's what they call it? It's like there's a form of transparency there. Hi, we're Amazon. We're upfront. Okay, May 11th came alongside the unveiling of the film's official logo. Wow. Looks like a font. What looks to be a modernized take on the original logo seen in 1984 animated TV series, down to its use of the iconic Voltron sword and multiple blah 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 words blah 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 streaming service. Okay, so MGM Plus, what is that? Well, Amazon bought MGM, so I guess they made it another. I don't even know what goes on anymore. This is the thing. There's been so many mergers and shakeups and buying and selling of everything that I have no idea who the fuck owns anything anymore. And I just know I don't want to subscribe to anything. Okay? I can't even believe I'm saying this, but I fucking miss cable. It has gotten more confusing and atrocious to figure out what is where. At least when I bought cable or had cable, everything was somewhere. It was somewhere, right? Y'all knew where stuff was, right? Now it's like somebody just blew up cable and scattered everything to the four globes of the world. And now we're just like, where is everything? Where's that series I want to watch? Well, it's on here. Well, oh, I don't have access to that. Okay, well, maybe I'll watch something else. Well, that's on this service you don't have. Maybe this. Well, that's not available because of licensing. Why are you sending to people to sail the seas? Why are you doing this? You're literally forcing people into the ocean. You know, they want to play on your beach. They want to play with all your toys, but you're like, go into water. You can't play with that one, this one. That one's not yours. You know, what are you doing? Showcase Space Station, Adult Swim. Paraphrase Red Letter Mirror. Now you have to be an expert in corporate mergers to find out what you want to watch. Yeah. That's the thing, and I am not. So now I just don't watch anything. Like, I literally don't care. You know what I do? I watch Twitch. I watch Twitch and go back to whatever movie I want to watch. Or wait for Shrug Buds to play something interesting, you know? Ah, God. This guy, good story. Let's get wholesome for about 2 seconds. Look at this guy. Man remortgages home to buy favorite pub and save 100 years of history. Pete's always been a legend, right? This guy, look, the dog and donkey. The dog and donkey. Yo. Sometimes you just need a place to go where everybody knows your name. Really? You did that? This is a UK thing. That's Boston, man. All right. Peter Mansfield had a place like that, but it was set to be sold to the highest bidder. So he remortgaged his home to make sure his favorite pub stayed open for business. The 73-year-old couldn't bear the thought of losing his village pub, which had been the heart of his community in Devon, England for 100 years. Recently known as the Dog and Donkey, the roomy pub was erected in 1926 as the Britannia Inn and survived through World War II with an array of different landlords since then. It's a beautiful building, and there's nothing else like it in the village apart from the village hall, Mr. Mansfield told SWNS. It's a lovely pub, and it's 100 years old this year. It has its original fireplace and original tiled floor. It was a rough decision for the music teacher. A music teacher? Wow. And musician, known locally as Pete. Hey, it's Pete. But he felt he had to give it a go or risk living with the regret when a block of apartments went up in its place. Can we stop tearing down crap for garbage apartments that are just going to be, you know, ignored by the landlords and fall into disrepair? Can we keep things, please? Yeah, I wish my hometown cared more about keeping traditional buildings alive and stable. Yeah, if you've seen what they do with New York recently, there's a lot of old buildings. They just to put up garbage apartment stuff that they overcharge everybody for. Yeah. To lose the village heart would have been catastrophic, in my opinion. And then you've got nowhere to go. Yeah. You haven't got history. That history of 100 years is gone. And when it's gone, there's no bringing it back. See, there's somebody who appreciates the history there. Yeah. Mansfield moved to village in 1997, explained that the landlord was struggling and he was going to have to get rid of the pub. I'm not a big drinker. He's not even a drinker. It's not like Norm trying to save Cheers. This guy's just like passes by and he's like, yeah, we got to keep this. Keeping historical infrastructure. What a concept. Yeah. We're too eager to tear stuff down. And as much as I like modern amenities, if this place has been around for 100 years, there's a reason. You know? I'm not a big drinker. Might come down once in 10 days, and particularly I've been working or playing somewhere. Then I come back and have a drink on the way just to relax, Manfield explained. It's just a lovely old building, and when it's gone, and it's just unacceptable to let it go without a fight. See, we need more people like this. You know, we need more people. It's just like, you know what? This needs to stay here. You know, come on, dude. It's like a quaint little pub. It's cool. Amazing opportunity, especially being involved with Pete. All right, so basically, good vibe story. Somebody saved a 100-year-old pub. I guess they got paid well enough as a musician / teacher, and yeah, I mean they had to remortgage their home. That's kind of a little dicey. So I don't know. I hope it works out. If you're in the UK, go check out the Dog and Donkey. You know. And give this guy a thumbs up because, you know what? He saved part of history that would have been torn down. You know? Yeah, right? It's just like, yeah, you know what? I like the way the play looks. Let's keep it. Not many people would do that. Not many people would stick their neck out for a place that they go every once in a while. The guy basically showed up 3 times a month. My parents found my old Beyblades and almost threw them out. Don't throw out your old Beyblades. What are you kidding me? Look at these things. They almost threw them out. Wow, they look kind of wrecked, though. Like, they were played. They played with them. I don't know. Always remember, don't throw out your kids' toys, okay? They always end up being worth something. Even if you don't think they would be. Oh, man. Boo. What is this? Old school BlackBerry. Rollerball. These things were like a scroll wheel, right? No, I was curious because somebody, you know, picture here, obviously. I was like, that was like a scroll wheel. I never had one of these. So, yeah, and yeah, they are worth something. I never see them though. I try to keep an eye out for them in like thrift stores or something in case, or garage sales. Never find them. What do we got? This thing. That's kind of cool. Oh, a little scroll wheel. We need more scroll wheels on things. I can imagine how much garbage gets grubbed up in there. I know, again, I like old tech, so I like looking at things. Beep. Boom. Oh my God, dude. My collection of 90s PC games. Physical media. All right. This thing. I thought this was cool because, one, they got some cool shelf space here. For all these games, this looks nice. This is sweet, right? Now, you can't do this with a digital library, right? You don't get the cool box art. You don't get all the cool little things and stuff like that. Look at this. Dude, this is like walking into a store that actually had something worth looking at. Holy crap. Dude, he's got the Indiana Jones down there. Look at that. Grim Fandango, Sam and Max. Boom. Monkey Island. Yo, they got all the stuff. I think I'll do that with my big box PC game. Dude, you got big box PC games? Bro. Let's go. I only have like 4 of them. You know, I think I have the American McGee's Alice for the Mac. We got Witcher and like 1 or 2 other ones. But, you know, we didn't get a PC till like later, so we didn't get a lot of boxed games, unfortunately. Yeah, but they got some cool stuff, man. Dude, oh my God, there's another one. Look at that. Dude, they got Loon. Dude. Duke Nukem. They got here. Gunman. That Half-Life? Dude, they got Half-Life down there? Bro. Wow, they got a lot of boxed stuff. Holy crap. Mob Rule. I never even heard of that game. Dude. Yeah, I'm going to be able to... Carmageddon. Bro. Road Rash, Neverwinter. Dude, that was good. I remember playing that. That was a long time ago. God, this goes on and on. Lula. They have that on GOG, I think. That looks familiar. Was that like an old spicy game? Dude, I got Dungeon Keeper. Dude, Pharaoh, Cleopatra. Wow, where'd they get all this stuff? What if they just collected? Oh my God, they got Twisted Metal. Bro. Dude, you got Myst. More Indiana Jones. Grim Fandango again. They got extra copies of it. Wow. Hitman. Boom, boom. That's nice. See, this is cool. It's like you could look at it, you know. It's like as much as I like Steam and stuff, it's it's not the same looking through a bunch of icons and then, or, by comparison to going to a shelf and being like, yeah, we're going to play Mob Rule today. That's cool, dude. Yeah. I have some WoW expansion boxes around, a mixture of PS2, Xbox 360 case. Yeah, we have a lot of console games. Yeah, we got some, we don't have a lot of PlayStation. Like PS4, I got like 5 games. It's so weird. Like, I think we got them for like a couple of exclusives, and then we just never really piled on because Dom was like more into Xbox at the time. But I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of cool though. Look at this. I didn't know Rockstar made ugly sweaters. Bro, they got a GTA ugly sweater. Somebody found it at a thrift store. I found a sweater while sorting clothes at a charity shop and bought it for $20. Dude, if I, God forbid, ever had to go to a Christmas party, ugly sweater, boom, that's what I'm bringing. This is cool. Come on, dude. That's nice. Look, it got a little Uzi on there. Look at that. That's kind of cool. I know. I wish companies made more stuff like that. I want a Soul Reaver ugly Christmas sweater. Legacy of Kain. Crystal Lake will mark Jason's return 17 years, 8 months after the last Friday the 13th movie. It boggles my mind that it has been 17 years since we got a Friday the 13th movie. 17 years. It's been like 16 since the Nightmare on Elm Street, remake? It's been like 16 years. Something ridiculous. And I'm like, what are we doing with these franchises? They've just been sitting in legal limbo this whole time? Holy crap, man. So, yeah, ads are running, but we're going to talk. Okay. It was way, way back in 2009 when Jason Voorhees returned to the big screen.
Enemy Ape is the website for sweaters like that, Steve.
Oh, there you go. Write it down. Get yourself a stupid sweater so you can look even dumber. Yeah, there we go. You gotta just keep piling on the dumb. What? So much so you gotta when you go out shopping, people get out of your way because they think you're special. Okay. Thank you. I didn't know that was a thing. Who's making this? Paramount, Warner Brothers, both? I don't know. We'll find out. Legal battles. Let's see. 100%. Jason, A24, and Peacock. Let's see. Truth be told, we're not 100% clear on who owns what. Blah, blah, blah. Victor Miller and Horror Inc.'s newly launched Jason Universe, the rights holders of the other Friday the 13th elements. Oh, God, this got split into elements? Oh, for the love of... All right, no, I got to go back. Because I think there was, like, remake director. Okay. We had no idea at the time, of course, that it would be one of the last times of the nearly 20 years that we'd seen Jason Voorhees or Friday the 13th back. Okay, the franchise has been stuck in legal limbo for the past several years. How about 17 years? With new installments of the Friday the 13th franchise unable to get off the ground while things were being worked out behind the scenes. Long story short, thank you. Original Friday the 13th writer Victor Miller won the rights to the original movie's screenplay in a legal battle with director Sean Cunningham, splitting up the franchise rights and making a massive mess of the whole situation. Oh, good. Truth be told, it seems like nobody is 100% clear on who owns what and who can do what, but the two main players here are Victor Miller and Horror Inc.'s newly launched Jason Universe, the rights holders of the other Friday the 13th elements. With those two forces working together, A24 and Peacock's upcoming prequel series, Crystal Lake, was able to take shape. Long story short, question mark. As far as we can tell, Peacock's Crystal Lake can do whatever it wants with the Friday franchise, a dream for fans who have been waiting 17 years for Jason Voorhees to return to the screen. Oh my God, why do they make stuff so complicated? The movie rights are a bit of a different story. Oh God. From what we understand, but from what we understand, but the series will finally allow Jason Voorhees to emerge from Crystal Lake later this year. As we just learned this morning, it's A24 Crystal Lake from showrunners Calico, blah, 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 blah. Okay, October 15th. Oh, good. Horror's coming out during the horror month. Nice. On Peacock streaming. Callum Vincent Chucky is playing young Jason in Crystal Lake, which will tell the origin story of the masked slasher who was stalked the grounds of Crystal Lake for decades. Okay. But how long has truly been... what is happening then? Previous sketch, blah, blah, blah. Continues as all the... Okay, blah, 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 blah. All right, so there's a lot going on. This is just going to be a series, and apparently I don't know what the hell's happening with this franchise. I think, Nightmare on Elm Street has similar issues, right? I think there was an article on it. But speaking of movies, boom, this thing. Really? Scroll up a little bit. Okay. Rebirth of the Living Dead. Okay. John Russo. If you don't know who John Russo is, he is the co-author of the original Night of the Living Dead. Dun, 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 that one? Yeah. Night dun, 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 of the Living Dead. That one. The Romero one. So they made a novel, but now they're turning it into a movie. So with the original co-writer of the original Night of the Living Dead. The Romero one. The black and white one. So this is going to be a little weird. What bothers me slightly, what makes me a little worried is Rebirth of the Living Dead is set to release in October 1st, 2026. That's this year. The film is currently around 50% complete, and the team is raising finishing funds from fans through Indiegogo. %50 complete. October. 50%. October. We're halfway to Halloween, bruh. You got 6 months to finish the rest of this movie? How are you doing that? What did we... You didn't plan this out. God. Buckle down or wait for next year. Yeah, right? It's going to be next year. There's no way this gets done. So somebody made a mock-up of the movie. This isn't the real poster, so yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. I don't know. Hopefully it works and it takes off and it's actually fun and not an utter train wreck. God. No, I find it weird that we're like, and believe it or not, Jason Voorhees is considered now a classic monster. They're that old, yes. It's weird that they're bringing that back. This is coming back, and I'm kind of hoping that we're going to have a resurgence of, say, iconic 80s slashers, you know, Jason, Freddy, who's the other guy? I want them to make another Brain Scan movie, honestly. That movie was a lot better than people give it credit for. It was a little weird, but that's what made it awesome. Yeah. I have more I can get rid of, but what is shady? Beep. What? I'm going to mark them up anyways. PS5 Uncharted. Oh, there you go. What? Give me some clashes like Good Freddy vs. Jason or something. Yeah, we need well, they kind of ran Halloween into the ground. I saw the first part of the whole Legacy sequels that they did. It didn't. It was all right. I didn't bother seeing the other ones, which is sad. Like, I don't know what it was. I didn't care. Did anybody see all of them? Because I was just like, meh, you know? At a certain point, I feel like, I think the main issue was Donald Pleasance wasn't in there. Without that ever fighting thing between Michael Myers and Dr. Loomis, I felt like there was something so missing from that. Yeah. Friday the 13th came out in the 80s. Yeah, it did. Well, I think the first one was late 70s, right? Or was it actual, like, right on the 80s? I don't know the chronology of it. Tomb Raider free DLC officially available until May. Okay, here's the thing. It's, believe it or not, It's for Power Wash Simulator. Currently, the Tomb Raider Special Pack DLC and Midgar Special Pack DLC for Power Wash Simulator are both available entirely for free until May 19th. I didn't even know there was that for this. So I guess if you... Are you power washing Lara Croft? Or just her house? Because I don't know how spicy this game gets. Because Lara Croft can get dirty. I'm not quite sure if that's what they were going for. Like, do you put her up against a wall and just hose her down? Like, I feel like they probably would have sold more copies if that was true. But anyway, I don't want to just clean her mansion, you know? They don't have like a sponge bath mod or something? Whatever. Okay. Well, no, that's out if you want to get... all right, what's going on here? Alien Rogue Incursion. They're making a physical copy. I don't know if anybody cares, but physical copy. What is this, limited run? I know. I got mixed reviews from them, so I don't know. But no, that's happening if you actually need a physical copy of something. A lot of people like aliens may not know these things existed. Yeah. Wait, what? There's more go buy the game now. More reason to, not buy it. I like the Croft Manor level. Oh, I never played it, so I don't know. Is Lara Croft there? Does she talk down to you and be like, oh, you missed a spot here, Don't forget to get the, really clean out the ancient blah, blah, blah thing that I got during my travels. No? I don't know. Stupid food. Do I even have that on our bingo anymore? Or is that just a Pum'Kin Guy exclusive? No, it's here. All right, I got it. I should probably take that out and do the teacher one instead. Because I feel like the teacher Reddit is going to be my stupid food from now on. Because I literally don't care what happens in the food thing. But I'll rant and complain. Look, oh, they're doing things with pizza. Whatever, dude. Yeah, you want to remove that part? Oh, God. I gotta deal with this. Me IRL. All right, we got a little light thing here. Hold on, before I do this, boop. Let me get some coffee. I have been talking like an idiot for the last who knows how long. Oh, thank God that coffee's still cold. This is awesome. Ugh. Boop, boop, boop. Ah, that's good. Nice. Ooh, that was very refreshing. Ooh, excited about that. No, it's like, after talking for 3.5 hours and not have something to drink, it's like, oh, wow, that's super refreshing. All right, back to yelling. All right. How come we can go to space, but we can't make a lotion pump that works when there's still 1/4 of the product left in the bottle? This is a Dawn problem. Every time we're looking for like a hand thing, for, just a hand soap, a dishwashing thing, any kind of thing, they always break. Why can nobody make, and before you even say something like OXO makes good ones, we tried an OXO one. It was garbage. I don't know what happened to it. Hey, give me some. I forgot to do that. Thank you. Where is it? Oh, dude, was that already called? Did I miss it? No, first time chat? It wasn't called. Thank you. Dude, first time chat helps out. Get bingo. Oh my God, my card sucks. Dude, I got nothing. I got nothing. No. Dude, I cannot find. Yo, if anybody knows a good hand pump bottle that works, or a spray bottle, anything. No, I don't need like a spray bottle for like hand soap. Yeah. Or lube. No. Unless I'm playing the Lara Croft game. Let's see. Found a good spray bottle for a cleaner soap, so I reuse it whenever. That's the thing. We're looking for that one bottle that's good, and then we can just keep reusing it. We never find one. It's really weird. And Emily, I feel your pain. Good. What's this? My 13-year-old son told me that I think we read this one a while ago. When he hits 99 pounds, he wants to eat 1 pound of nachos on his own so he can be 1% nacho. Pretty good. What? The kid knows math. And nachos. That's pretty funny. Oh, come on. Come on. Yeah. That's funny. I feel like we read this one. It sounds familiar. Boop. All right, what do we got here? You're not hungry, you're bored. Shut the damn door. No, I'm just sad. Yeah, this is usually my thing. I usually am bored or I'm sad. So I'm either this cat or I'm just bored. I don't know what it is. Also, fill up your Brita filter. Look at that. It's terrible. Unless it's filled up to there. Yeah. All right, what else you got in there? What do you got in your fridge? What do you got? Some cheese, mayo, heavy cream? Somebody's not... What is that? It's like potato salad with mayo? Bunch of, what is it, butter or something? Oh, nobody here is concerned about their cholesterol. Holy crap. Look at that. Half jar of sauce. What do you got here? I guess that's some kind of green thing. I don't know what that is. What is that? Maybe some salsa? Sad cat. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's the food that's making them sad. Yeah, that's a lot of just fats there, dude. That's, I don't know, whatever. Like, you're not hungry. No, you're just eating the wrong things. That's crazy. Let's see what else we got. Boop. All right. Oh, this is so true. Look, dude, he's going to the post office and add 10 people in line who have never mailed anything in their entire life. This is a me problem because every time, and we got to go to the post office a lot, not like every single day, but it just so happens that every time we go there, somebody's mailing something, like, and it's such a foreign thing to them that it's like they're trying to teleport it somewhere, and they're not quite sure how to. Yep, put a stamp on it. Just, it's a sticker. It's a sticker, okay? God, or even just let them weigh it and they're like, well, when is it going to get here? Blah, blah, blah. 1,000,001 questions. People will just show up with an item. And they're like, I need this boxed up. How much is this going to cost to send? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, all right, well, you got to get the box. You got to put it in the box. You got to wrap it up, tape it up, put an address on it. Okay. And they proceed to do that right there while everybody else is waiting instead of, moving off to the side. Why are people like that? Like, I don't get it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it probably does depend on the area, but I mean, it ranges in age. Like the people that we've had to deal with, I understand foreign mail. You're sending something over to, Zimbabwe. Okay, it's going to be a little dicey. There's extra forms you got to fill out and stuff like that. Fine, I get that. I can allot a certain amount of cordiality to people who have never sent anything beyond their state. Fine. But various ages, from like young to old, I seem to just hit the human speed bump of the individual who doesn't know how to mail anything. And God, nobody knows how to write an address anymore. They're writing it like all over, like the back. I saw one where the back of the envelope was their return address, but dead center. And then the front of it was where they're going to send it to. And they didn't know like which side to put the stamp on. And I'm like, that's not even how you do that. And I'm wondering if writing letters or sending letters is just so far removed from everyday society that nobody knows how it works. Or, I mean, they were kind of middle-age-ish, maybe 30s. I don't know. No upper left, lower right thing? No, it's just, I don't know what the hell they were doing. They're just like, which side do I put this stamp on? Where's it going? Like, it's going that way? Okay. And the guy literally wrote in like return address on the back just so it, the post office wouldn't make a mistake and send it back to her. Oh, God. Yeah, no, he didn't want it. No, because we've encountered him. He did not want to deal with this. He's just like, yeah, just let me do it. He's that type of guy. Every once in a while, he'll just, I got this. It'll be like $7. Okay. Just, yeah, I'll take care of it. And he'll just put it off to the side just to keep the line going. And he'll just take care of it during the lull, It's cool. But this does seem to happen. Annoying. Am I the asshole? I haven't looked at this in a while, so I'm not quite sure how many idiots are out there. Yeah, am I the asshole? What? Quarterly open forum. What? Okay. Am I the asshole for refusing to send my mom recent pictures of myself? Why? What are you doing? It depends on your mom, because I didn't read this, but I'm just listening. After I graduated 12 years ago, I moved across the country, meaning that my conversations with my mom happened either on the phone or over the internet. Lately, she has been wanting me to send her recent pictures of myself to be used in photo albums and collages of the family. There are two reasons why I don't intend to do this. This first reason is... Oh, God, I got to read this. It's kind of long now. This first reason is what feels like she's never had any respect for my privacy. She's your mom. They don't do that. God. Throughout my childhood, she has been constantly taking covert pictures of me and posting them without my knowledge or consent. Well, here the tables have turned. You can send them a picture that you have consent to. However, let's see. This was already annoying enough on its own, but what really irked me is that she stopped doing this to my older sister when she was around 6, out of concern for her privacy. Well, you know, women are different. I'm assuming you're a guy here. No, because the internet looks at women a completely different way from a guy. You're a guy, you can put any picture you want of yourself, nobody cares. Nobody's doing a deep fake and making you naked, okay? Nobody cares. They always do that to women. Women have a huge target on them as soon as they get on the internet. Anyway. So understand that first. But continues doing it for me right until I moved. When called out on it, she would always go, "Well, you never tell me not to do it." An argument that obviously stops making sense after the first dozen or so times that you've asked. Okay, so the other reason why I don't want to do it is because I feel like there's a large disparity between the effort she puts into staying connected and the effort she wants me to put into staying connected. Maybe they're respecting your privacy. Every weekend, I call her at the previous agreed upon day. What is this, a meeting? And every time we get sick and we're haven't slept, and 90% of the time my stepdad answers there's a stepdad situation, and tell me that she's already gone to bed, at which point I'm expected to try again the next day. God, you were just dreading talking to your mom, huh? This typically happens 2 or 3 days in a row before she answers, and yet she doesn't want to reschedule the call to a different time. It's almost never because she actually is busy or something either. It's just an unemployed homebody who spends all day scrolling social media, watching TV, and playing mobile games. So, is this a reasonable reaction, or am I just being petty? Now you're being petty. Okay, when you lived there, you had a problem, okay, and they didn't want to address it, so send 1 or 2 nice pictures of yourself. Keep your mom happy. They're on the other side of the country. Don't read too much into this. God. Like, what the hell, man? You know? And you know what? Just say, when you send them the pictures, be like, okay, here's the thing. I'm calling you here. If you miss your flight, then we're going to have to reschedule next week, okay? Just put it out there. This is a little like, you know, there are bigger problems in the world, dude. Just send your mom a picture. The asshole for being angry at my husband for not defending our daughter, and at my mother-in-law for clearly favoring my niece over her. I don't care about your family fucking problems. Figure it out yourself. Fucking grown-ass adults can't figure out shit? Fuck you. Let's see. Am I the asshole for not inviting my parents to my graduation? Yeah, they probably paid for it, so you might want them to be there. What? No, man, because here's the thing. If you go to your graduation, assuming, we moved 4 hours upstate, so let them drive to 4 hours. I don't care about your problems. It's over now, right? Would I be the asshole if I pointed out my mother-in-law's potential dementia symptoms to the rest of her family? No, because it's better that you point it out to them before they set the house on fire, okay? Yeah. So just be like, keep an eye on them, you know. That kind of thing. I don't know, making another tea because she forgot she already did that. Yeah. Adding extra butter because she couldn't recall if she put butter into the recipe or not just melting. Yeah, those things like that, they will add up and they could cause a problem. Because then before you know it, there's 8 pounds of butter in your muffins, and that's not going to be good. Yeah. So either something like that. No, because dementia is really kind of difficult. And we had somebody who had dementia, but we kept him on such a schedule that he did not do a lot of repeat issues. Every once in a while, he would kind of think that someone was taking his soda, because he was drinking a lot of it and he just didn't realize that he had one, you know? Like there was one time we were hanging out with him and he had like 4 glasses of soda. And then he was like, what happened to all my soda? Who took my soda? I'm like, you had 4 cups of soda. And he's like, no, I didn't. I'm like, no, you did, actually. You did. I was here. I watched it. You know, and there's that little bit of acknowledgement like, well, they're not going to lie to me about it. And it was, you know, that kind of thing. And it gets a little awkward and that kind of thing. But you keep them on a schedule. You got to be on top of them, you know, if you can. But there's people dressed as trees. Steinheimer's tree on those trees. I don't know. I would point it out and bring it out in the open. It sucks to talk about. Nobody wants to, but you got to be on top of it. I'm not even joking. We were so good at keeping this person on schedule that doctors didn't know he had dementia until he had to go to the hospital for a couple of days. And then he was like, why am I here? What's going on? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Under our care, the guy functioned perfectly 24/7. You know, goes to the hospital once, all hell breaks loose. Schedules are super important. So, let's see. Am I the asshole for not appreciating a $19,000 Disney cruise? I would say it depends on your personality, because even if somebody gave me a $19,000 Disney cruise, I would expect them to know me better, that I would not want to go onto a $19,000 Disney cruise. What the hell? Is Mickey Mouse shitting gold on my food? Like, what the hell? Like, this is insane. There's a lot. 12 days is $24,000. What? Oh my God. I had no idea that this crap costs so much. Like, literally, my mind is blown at how much this cost. At Foamy Healthcare. I don't think Foamy has a healthcare plan, especially for people. He'd have an unhealthcare plan. You would literally go into his like clinic and you would walk out 10 times worse off than when you went in. It'd be like poisoning your pills and stuff. God forbid if you get like Dark Germain as your nurse. There's like, how about some more stabbings? Like, my grandparents asked me last week at the lunch, was excited about the cruise, and I said, yes, why I don't sound more enthusiastic, and I apologize without even mentioning any of the issues I have. What are your issues? Problem 2, I have an internship with a small fashion company lined up. Not accepted. You're not accepted. Who gives it? Then that's not an issue. Since my parents never asked about dates or times to pick up, I'll have to give up this opportunity. Well, if you haven't been accepted, then it doesn't matter. To go to the cruise and trip. No, what? You had an internship with a small fashion company lined up, but you weren't accepted. So this is a moot point. You had something lined up, but it's gone. Okay. I have to give up this opportunity. It doesn't matter. To go on a cruise and a trip. What? It wasn't a dream job, but I want to go into fashion, intellectual property law. So it hurts. Oh, God. I thought you just said you weren't accepted. So was this lined up and you might or might not have been accepted? You know what? If it's that important, you do the interview on the cruise and then you figure out whatever, dude. This is probably over and done with. You know, enjoy the fucking cruise, you prick. God. Just fucking, what the hell, man? Whatever. That's a lot of money. For college, you can't communicate shit. Exactly, right? Bro can't even communicate, dude. They asked for feeling hurt after my boyfriend said I should eat less and we should swap weights. Depends on how it was delivered. No, because no, when Dawn's on a diet now, and she was actually a little perturbed that you didn't say that she gained weight. Now she's like, you're supposed to tell me when I gain weight. I'm like, oh, look at me. Like, what are you gonna do? For context, I weigh around 187, and he weighs around 150. Let's see. I've been thinking about losing some weight for myself. How tall are you, though? And how tall is he? If he's like 4'9" and 150, he's heavy set. Mentioned there was also suggested to go to the gym together. We both talked about fitness goals. He wants to gain weight, and I want to lose some. Okay. Recently, while we were talking about it again, I mentioned that I feel like I spend a lot of money on food for both of us. Well, if you're eating most of it, then I need to be more careful with that. During the conversation, he said he thinks we should swap weights, meaning he should eat more to gain weight, and I should eat less to lose weight and go down to his weight. He also told me I need to stop eating as much. Well, that's how weight loss works. They're not wrong. Let me finish this before I get into the thing of it. I don't think he meant it as in a controlling or mean way. Then why are you even writing this? It bothers you clearly. But it really hurt my feelings. You literally just admitted you had to lose weight. It made me feel like he wants me to lose weight or is unhappy with my body. He would have said something already if he was that type of person. Even though he usually tells me he loves me no matter what. Just be glad that's there, I was actually the one who brought up losing weight first, so I'm also wondering if I made it normal to talk about my body like, yes, that's how it works. Okay, here's the thing. Because I know there's a difference of language between men and women, all right? Ladies, if you bring up something like this, guys are going to talk about it and just be like, yeah, you should lose some weight, and that kind of thing. There is no barriers because guys talk as if they're talking to other guys, Like if you say, hey, should I lose some weight? They're going to talk to you like, yeah, you know what? You should, yeah, dude, come on. Look at you. Come on. You got to wait to lose some weight. Guys we don't really dance around topics. Women are notorious for saying everything but what they mean. And you do it. I'm not picking on you. You do it. You like that implied inference of your tone for the other person to actually hear what you're not saying, And there's that universal thing where they're like, oh, are you okay? And you're like, yeah, I'm fine. Your tone clearly says you're not fine. But most guys are just like, oh, well, she said she's okay. All right, I'm going to go watch some sports. Like, come on. Just be like, no, I'm not okay. I'm not fine at all. Just open to communication. That is the biggest problem that every man-woman relationship has, Like, what is the problem? Just say what you mean. It's bizarre. It's bizarre to me. But yeah, when it comes to this, one, if you feel like you got to lose weight, lose weight. Don't be offended. They might just be agreeing with you to try to be encouraging. They are clearly not happy with their own body if they want to gain weight. So that's the thing. And, them saying, oh, we should switch our weights. Ha ha. They could have just been trying to be humorous or whatever. Don't take it personally. I said, women don't understand trash talking during sports or video games. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. Like, I don't understand because, like, everybody grows up on the same planet, but men and women definitely have a different way of speaking and hearing. Like, women will hear things completely differently, and so will guys. And I don't know what upbringing happens to cause that. Like, because your mom said exactly what the fuck she meant, Like, if you were like, Ma, are you okay? She'd be like, no, I'm not fucking okay because this fucking shit, fucking crap, fuck, That's your mom. Like, that's what she did. And that's why we are a little perplexed when we talk to women that don't say what they mean, because we've always been around. Your grandmother did the same thing. She'd be a little passive aggressive to your grandfather, but still, clearly there was something wrong. Yeah, fuck this crap, right? Icarus One, nice. What she mentioned was he's playing more for food, and yeah, he's eating most of it. I bet he's paying for the food too. Yeah. I mean, I would assume that, finances aside. But I don't know, always say what you mean. Guys will find it exceedingly refreshing. I would, just be like, yeah, no. Are you okay? No, I'm absolutely not. Well, what's bothering you? Well, you keep leaving your fucking socks on the floor. Pick them up. Put them in the fucking laundry, dude. Oh, okay. Sorry. Not be like, no, nothing's bothering me. And then like staring at the socks and, almost tripping over them. Oh, there's socks on the floor. I didn't see them. Well, they don't belong there. And then just walk off. You do it. You do it. And the other thing, if guys do this, and this is a guy problem, guys will leave things lying around, But women won't say, "Could you put this away?" They'd be like, "Oh, is this where we're keeping this now?" And a guy would be like, "Yeah," and then just walk away. What you should say is, "Can you fucking move this? This isn't supposed to be here. This isn't where this is supposed to be." Yeah. Or at the very least, can you put this somewhere where I'm not going to trip on it? Anywhere. I don't care. Just not in my path. I remember placing the green bag on the floor 2 days ago. That's where it belongs. Yeah. I don't know. It's a bizarre back and forth between the sexes. So it's just. Hey, what's up? Death stare. Hi. Stare at that. It was like I was. Now you took it away. Am I the asshole for calling out my cousin during a family dinner? I know what you call him. God. Is this long? Nah, a lot of family is comfortable. I don't know. Give me like 2 sentences here. I'm getting tired.
Oh, sad is the world.
Oh, my speaker's off.
Cavorting scarf.
Thank you. Am I the asshole for being upset that another child got added to a share room overnight last minute? What the hell's a share room? What's a share room? I don't share rooms. I'm supposed to go to Great Wolf Lodge this weekend with my best friend, her husband, and our kids. Originally, it was me, plus my 4-year-old son. My friend and her 2 sons, 7 and 16. We're all sharing one suite-style room, though my son and I have our own bedroom and bathroom inside it. It's only a 24-hour trip for our younger son's birthday, so while shared space isn't my favorite, I agreed because it felt manageable and the boys usually do okay together. Then, 2 days before the trip, my friend called and said another mom asked if her 8-year-old son could come too. And my friend wants to bring him because her son would have more fun with someone closer to his age. Here's why I got upset. All right. My son is 4 and has a speech delay. Oh, good. He's caught up developmentally in basically every other area, but socially the age gap can already make things harder for him. When it's just him and the 7-year-old, they usually play fine. But when this particular 8-year-old joins, my son tends to become the baby and gets left out, talked over. I'm not blaming the kids for that. It's just the dynamic. Well, then let the dynamic work. Let nature run its course. Okay? Because maybe the kid will learn something. They may not be happy about it, but every lesson learned is still a lesson. So now instead of this feeling like a fun group trip, I feel like I'm going to spend the entire time trying to help my son navigate feeling excluded while the kid will figure it out. Have some faith in your fucking child. Older boys naturally pair off together. I'm also more anxious because the plans changed last minute. We're all sharing overnight space. I talked to my friend honestly this morning and told her I'm disappointed. Now, you're using that word disappointed? Okay. And sad for my son because I know how the social dynamic usually goes. She said she understands, but understandably still wants to do it because it's her son's birthday trip. Yeah, I could see that. Now I feel stuck because I don't really want to go anymore because, really. So you explained it, didn't get your way, and now you want to cancel. Ooh, God. These are adults? God. But canceling this late would probably create major friendship tensions, as opposed to saying, I don't want this other kid here because my child's going to feel excluded. They asked her for being upset, anxious about this. A little bit. No, man. I don't blame him for wanting to cancel. Why? Here's the thing. It's the other kid's birthday, and the other kid wants their friend there, right? You're the guest still, right? That's the thing. You're the secondary party. Now, your kid, right, who gets along with the other one, right? If there's another older kid and that kid starts getting left out, you don't have to. Here's the thing. You're underestimating your kid's ability to navigate feelings. You don't got to explain it to them. They'll know. They'll be like, okay, they're hanging out. I'm not hanging out. They'll figure it out. It's that kind of dynamic that if they're never exposed to, they may never get the idea that they're not part of particular groups or instances. And they may not ever learn how to adapt to it. You might want to let them figure that out while they're malleable and actually have a little bit of emotional flexibility. Because kids are very resilient. When kids get into their like teen years and stuff like that, and they're just like, this is how I am. I can't believe they excluded me. And they get a little crazy. Yeah. He's a get, but if he's uncomfortable, then he should be able to opt out. How would a kid even know? 4 years old, they're going to be uncomfortable? How would they even know they're uncomfortable? At 4 years old, you're just 4 years old doing 4-year-old things. I don't know, unless this kid's like kind of an emotional savant, you know, where they're like, oh, well, I feel slightly dejected right now. You know, I didn't realize it would be the, third wheel on this bicycle that is our lives. I don't know. Nice model. Does it have, cheek puffs? No, I don't puff up anything. I get excited, though. That's about it. But I could be like, just regular kind of, I could be a little smug. I know, but usually I'm just like this. Let's see. Little kids still know when they're excluded. That's fine. Hey, he was a little kid. He knew when he was excluded. Why be shielded from that? Am I the only one? No, here's the thing. I know a different time and all that other stuff, but learning to how to deal with exclusion is super important. It is astoundingly important. It's also a good idea to know when you're not wanted. I know it sounds cruel. It sounds cruel on the surface. It really does. It's like, what do you mean doesn't want to be? Some people will not want you there. You could be the nicest person on the face of the planet. You walk into a neighborhood that doesn't want you there. If you don't realize that you don't need to be there, there's going to be some fucking problems. I would say all the street savvy nature that we have is because we have been excluded, and we know that feeling when we go into areas where they don't want me there. That's the kind of thing. That's super important. It's a survival tactic, if anything. If you deny that kid that feeling, he won't be able to process that later in life. And yeah, it may hurt at the moment, but kids got learn. Yeah. I don't want anybody to have their feelings hurt, but life happens. There's no way nobody goes through life without having any of their feelings hurt. That's just the way it is. And I know as a parent, you'd want to protect your kids, make sure that they're happy all the time, blah, blah, blah. And you could do that to a certain extent by, maybe paying more attention to your kid or explaining it to them, that kind of thing. And I know parents don't want to get into that, especially when they're on a trip, but you're a parent. Parenting doesn't stop after 5 o'clock, So that's just my perspective, but I'm a big believer in, you have an emotion, feel it. You got to feel it. You got to, regardless of age. Kid could be sitting there crying in the corner. And you could be like, all right, well, why are you feeling bad? And then, talk it out and stuff like that. Every mom and dad's got to be a little psychiatrist, every once in a while. I got to sit there and be like, all right, well, okay, why are you feeling like that? They don't want to play with me. Yeah, but, he wants to play with them. And sometimes, that's just the way it is. Some people want to hang out with certain people. It doesn't mean that they don't like you. You've hung out with them before and they like hanging out with you, right? Yeah, but why won't they hang out with me now? Maybe they want to do something different. Why can't they do it with me? I don't know. Sometimes that happens. Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's not like they hate you, They're just doing their own thing. I mean, that's, I don't know. And this coming from somebody who's been excluded from a lot of things. Yeah. I don't know. I'd be fine with this and just going through it merely for the learning experience for the kid. I don't know if that would be considered a bad parenting on my part. I have no idea. Will there be other kids there? Maybe the 4-year-old can learn to make friends. I don't know. It just said, what was it? 8-year-old son could come too. And then there's the 7-year-old. So it'd be like the birthday kid. Oh, 7 and 16. 16-year-old ain't going to want to deal with none of these people. 16-year-old's going to be on their phone just saying, oh my God, can I just get the hell out of here? 16-year-old's going to be useless. Her 2 sons they're 7. So, and then there's going to be another one. So there's going to be a 7, 8, 16, and 4. Yeah, Mom, you're just going to have to hang out with the 4-year-old, honestly. 16-year-old isn't going to want to deal with any of this bullshit. 7 and 8-year-old, they're going to pair up and do something else because they're on the same wavelength. That's all. Think of it, my God, think of it at work. If you're at a job, people don't pair up, like they don't all work together. Old people usually will hang out with old people, talk about old people stuff. Young people will hang out with other young people. And the only time you people intermingle and everything, stuff like that is because you have to, because you're forced to, that kind of thing, And there are old people who are just looking at younger people saying, oh, man, I just do not belong in this. And they can accept that because maybe they learned at a young age that they're not kind of fitting in right now. And old people and younger people don't want to hang out with, older people talking about geriatric creams and shit. That's just the way it is. There is that kind of stuff. So I don't know. It should work out. Kids 4 probably wouldn't remember it. Yeah. Different perspective, I guess. I wasn't ever included. Unfortunately, my older siblings were stressed at all the other kids. Yeah, we were pretty much left out of everything. We had no idea why. We were just quiet, but we got used to it. It sucked at the time, but it's just like, yeah, whatever. So I guess where you learn to not be a part of everything because why bother? And you had relatives that were just like, cousins and stuff. They were pretty much of your age, but, sometimes they did stuff that just, didn't include you. And the older ones, they just basically didn't talk to you because you were too young. And it was just like, all right, yeah, I get it. I don't know. It's just, I know each person's experiences are different with that, But we have a crazy psychotic level of detachment. So at a certain point, we're just like, all right, whatever. What's okay? Oh, sorry. This post was deleted because the person originally posted it. Am I the asshole for telling my sister I want one day alone? No. Everybody needs their space. I asshole for freezing my cousin who confessed that he's in love with me. No. Especially, look, one's 19, the other one's 17. You guys go get the police. My dad for telling my sister not to buy things for my daughter if there are strings attached. Strings attached like what? Are we talking about like nooses, guitar strings? What is this? Conversation escalated. All right, this is where there's a lot of problems with humanity, but humanity usually starts here with our educators. So let's see what's causing all these problems. Oh, God. Drink something. Oh, gifting a pet. Oh, that's a good thing. Yeah. No, that's usually a very bad thing to do is like gift somebody else's kid a puppy or something. That's something you got to talk beforehand, but that is a good example where it's like the strings attached. Yeah, like you're going to have to walk it, clean it. It's going to cost a lot of money. It's hydrocephalic. You're going to have to get an operation, like that kind of thing. Did I have any bad coffee today? No, I actually had a very pleasant coffee. 4 of them. 4 pleasant coffees. Let's see. Open book at-home college exam was due yesterday. 25% of the students didn't do it. Well, then fail them. Fucking fail them. God. No, man, I am so sick of people like, well, I could blah, 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 blah. I know. This generation isn't like previous ones. That's the fucking problem. Here's the thing. Don't do that. That's not an excuse. That's not an excuse. I've seen this excuse in teachers' Reddit so many times. Well, this generation is a little different. Yeah, every generation was a little different. But you know what? Everybody had a sense of deadlines and punctuation. To be punctual and show up on time, turn in your assignments. I hated doing it, but I did it because those were the laws, What's worse, giving a kid a puppy or drum kit? I don't know. They could both be loud. Etc. What? I can't wrap my head around this. I assigned an online exam to a class last week. It's 40% of the total grade. Wow. It was in the syllabus. All right. I announced it in class. Canvas emailed them. I sent 2 email reminders and put it on online announcements on Canvas. I sent the final reminder yesterday morning. A quarter of the class just didn't do it. This isn't commuter school or an online school. It's not a remedial program. These are actual first-year students at a 4-year college. Holy shit. I am utterly baffled how this is possible. Okay. Fucking fail them. Fucking fail them, especially in college. Especially in college. Fuck them. Absolutely. Yeah, but we can't say, but fuck you. 40% of your grade, you know what? Okay, that's a 0. Let's factor that into everything else. Mathematically, you fail. How could you fail me? Because you didn't turn in your fucking project. I didn't think I had to. What, do you not know what a deadline is? You fucking failed. Enjoy taking this class over. I'll see you next year. Fuck out. Fucking pricks. I don't want morons passing class if they didn't understand. Yeah, exactly. I'm totally, there is something wrong with this system, especially college. If this was like 3rd graders, I'd be like, all right, well, they're not going to take this seriously. Even up to like 7th grade, once you get to like 8th grade, you're getting on your way to high school and stuff like that. High school, come on, dude. Get your shit together. Fucking college? Are you kidding me? Even if you got a little holdover of remedial childness of high school, you whack that shit right out of them first year. Yo, first year college, you get that speech. Look to your left and look to your right. Chances are one of those people isn't going to be here at the end of the semester. That kind of thing. And we had fucking teachers flat out be like, don't fuck around because I will fail you. We already have your tuition. Like, they didn't care. They had no shits to give. They're like, you fail college. That's it. Don't even bother telling your parents because I'm going to tell them to go fuck off. I had instructors like that, and I loved it because I laughed. Because you know what? That's the way that shit should work. What are you going to do? You get fired from your job. You're going to have your mom come in there and yell at the manager? Fuck off, dude. We're in real world situations now. Fucking grow up or fucking go home and play Minecraft or whatever. I do like Minecraft. People are like, what do you mean? Minecraft is childish? No, that's not what I meant. I'm just you know what I mean? They could probably make more money playing Minecraft, honestly. But if there's no stress or importance put on the actual concept of learning, doing your work and becoming educated, then why do we even have college? Because this is going back to the AI thing where it's like we're stripping independent thought and logical thinking and creativity away from everybody and just letting it be automated through AI and stuff like that. And even with AI available, you're telling me 25% of this motherfucking class didn't AI could do this in like 30 seconds. How lazy are you? Oh my God. It's like, yeah, they need to fail. I would definitely fail them. I'd be like, dude, sorry, you didn't turn in your assignment. Oh, can I get an extension? No, we can't. Because you know what the extension is? Me on vacation. Sorry, I'm not reading papers on my vacation. Would you like to do homework on your vacation? Yeah, no. So, yeah. It is astounding. It's astounding. There's that many. Oof. Fail them. You have my permission. Controversial video shows low literacy. Oh, let's go. Philadelphia seniors struggling to read aloud on camera. Philadelphia seniors? Seniors? Well, do they have cataracts? Senior center. Yeah. All right, let's find out. There's a controversial going around showing a student in Philadelphia interviewing high school seniors. Oh, high school seniors. Oh, shit. I thought it meant like seniors, like seniors. You know, senior citizens. Okay, seniors who struggle to read aloud. Hey, Steve makes bad fun. Nice. Seniors who struggle to read aloud. I do that too. My eye floats around. I got dyslexia. It depends. I'd have to see a video. I don't know that I want to do that. I might be thoroughly dismayed with humanity. He asked them to read a short passage, and several have difficulty getting through it or can't read it at all. When he asked them to explain what they read, there's literally no comprehension. I'm thinking one version below, there's a lot of reposts, but I close this one because it blurs the student's face. Oh, they chose this one because it blurs the students' faces. These are still kids. They're still kids, man. Stupid kids, but they're still kids. It does have some cheesy music, but here it is. Okay, I'm not going to do that. The student who posted this is getting a lot of attention, and the reactions are pretty much what you would expect. A lot of blame is being directed at teachers. And to be fair, some of that criticism is not completely unwarranted. There are definitely cases where students were failed along the way. But were they really failed? Stop right there. They weren't failed. They were pushed along. If you failed them, they might have learned. Ninja, you got to roll. Equal to or greater than? Ah, it's a fancy. All right, we got a fancy. We got to do 15. She's so angry. 13. All right, but we did get a fancy card battle. And Shadab, thank you for calling. So at least still got something out of it. So I don't know if it helps you. Does it help me? Let's find out. 881. Hey, beautiful. That's probably what you're waiting for, right? I am not close. God, I'm not going to win today. Thank you. Now this definitely, the system failed, but only because it didn't fail. If that makes any sense. Again, you got to leave people back. If they cannot read, they do not graduate. You don't push them ahead to the next grade if they're not up for it. Because you're compounding. Basically, it's like compounded interest. It's compounded stupidity. All right? Because if they're reading at a third grade level and you push them to fourth, but they're still at the third grade level, and you push them to fifth and they're still at the third grade level, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. They're still at the third grade level. That's the problem. And that's what I mean by compounded stupidity. If they never learn and never get held back, the information that they're now being bombarded with that's new techniques, new thoughts, new history, whatever the hell it is, they're not going to understand it. And so now there's years upon years of information they're just never going to absorb because that one remedial thing, they didn't leave them back to make sure that part worked. You know? It's like, what do you do? It's like pushing a car uphill. It just gets more difficult. God. Does Jermaine look at Foamy like he's a third grade level? I don't think Jermaine can even comprehend half the stuff that Foamy is definitely smarter than Jermaine. Easy. Jermaine's smart, but not Foamy smart. Pilz-E's an idiot, but I blame the drugs. Let's see. But what frustrates me is how little attention gets paid to the larger systems that allowed this to happen. Oh, there we go. See, most of us educators know this is not an isolated issue. Where's the accountability for policies, funding decisions, and state-level leadership that not only allow situations like this, but in some cases, actively perpetuate them? Exactly. They just want to keep pushing people ahead so to get more funding. That's all. And that's what needs to be fixed. Teachers probably would fail these kids. They're like, sorry, dude, I can't pass you. You're not up to par. You know? It's like, dude, if I can't get a car to pass inspection because it's not working properly, why would you let a kid go into the world? They have to operate that car one day. Yeah, let's snooze some ants for a bit. Boop. God. Fail everybody. Let's see. Getting observed on a day. I have a test plan. Not sure what to do. You're getting observed. Oh, no, they're observing me. I got news for you. They're always observing you. Big Brother's always got its evil eye on you. Okay. I cannot stand that it is assumed I am lying. I need proof. What? Saw a kid using their phone. All phones are to be in yonder pouches. What's a yonder pouch? What's a yonder pouch? Anybody know what a yonder pouch is? What's a yonder pouch? What? I am aggravated. Couldn't they just say put away pouch? What's a yonder pouch? Saw this kid on their phone. All phones are supposed to be in yonder pouch, but he kept it in a backpack. When admin came in to get it, he hid it in his waistband. Okay. The result, no suspension, not sent home. Like our policy says, I was told we couldn't find it, and the student was sent back. I replied that he definitely had it and used it. No proof. I'm a professional, licensed, background checked. My word is all the proof you need. This is not a court of law. I agree with this person. This passage, you stick your phone in when you go to a stand-up comedy show? Oh, yonder's the brand? Okay. I don't know. All right, here's the thing. Here we go. If the kid's got the phone on him, okay? I know you're a professional and everything. Do you have the kid's number? Why don't you call that phone? Even if it's on silent, there's going to be a vibration. You're going to hear it. You take the kid, you bring him to the principal's office, you have him sit in a nice quiet room. You'd be like, all right, you stay right there. You call. Wow, wonder where that buzzing's coming from. I don't have a phone. I hear buzzing. Where's the phone? I don't have a phone. You can't search me. Okay, sit down in the office for the rest of the day. Why is this so difficult? Why is it so difficult? And they'll be like, well, what do you mean? Hold on, I'm going to call your mom. Wait, why do you got to call your mom? Well, we think you have a phone on you. I hear buzzing. I can't search you, so I guess I have to call your mom. So you could either remove the phone or we can get your mom here to do it. What do you want to do? Balls in your court, bro. Yonder is on Wikipedia. Oh, everything's on Wikipedia. Like it's a magnetically locked pouch. Like what? Why is this so difficult for people? Look, I'm not a professional by any means, but it's simple things, dude. Can you not outsmart like a what is it, fourth grader? What the hell? And professors, principals, whatever the hell you do to send this kid back, what are you, stupid? Can you not outsmart the kids that you're supposedly educating? And have a little bit of faith in your teachers, you know? If your teacher says a kid's doing something, they're probably doing it. God. No, it's so bizarre that it would just be like, well, you know, he says he doesn't have it. All right, can we make sure? Well, how are we going to do that? We can't search him. Fucking call him. What am I, fucking Columbo here? You put 2 and 2 together. You're the educator. Do a little deducting, prick. God. Why do the boys have such a hard time doing anything? Because they're boys, and boys will be boys, and they don't want to do shit. Like, what are you new here? Then generally don't view us as human beings. God. Yeah, try being a YouTuber. Last night we had a performance with the fifth. All right, was this long? Okay, I don't care. Yeah. What do we got? 2 students, friends, turned in the exact same essay, down to the same words. Neither wanted to admit who copied off who. Both got zeros. That's how you do it. Modern problems require modern solutions or whatever. Dude, that's how you do it. Dude, that's how you do it. Yes. All right, which one of you copied off the other? I didn't do it. I didn't do it. All right, you're both going to fail. Who did it? I would give it an option. I'd be like, somebody copied off of somebody. So here's what you do. You tell me who did what, right? Whoever didn't copy it, guess what? I'm going to grade your paper. If you did copy it, your best grade that you're going to get, one, you got to redo this whole essay, right? You're redoing the whole essay. If it sounds like anything from anybody else in this class, automatic 0. But the highest grade you're going to be able to get is like a 70 now, because I'm taking 30 points off for you being late and being an asshole. All right? Given an opportunity to pass, right? Why not? And then you'd be like, why doesn't anybody want to get the fucking parents involved? You know? Why not? I would love to do that. I'd be like, all right, yeah, call them both parents. Okay, we have 2 identical essays here. Both your kids, one copied off the other, but nobody wants to fess up to it. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to give both parties a 0. That's going to affect their GPA. So I don't know if you guys want to have this sorted out or something. Maybe talk to your kids about it. Get back to me at 9 in the morning before I put these grades in and, you know, they got zeros. Yeah? Why not, man? I like that. Just give them both 0s. You both fail. You know? Why not? Made a game to help Spanish teachers. Wow. They're Spanish teachers. They should know it. I'm a 16-year-old veteran Spanish teacher. I made a game in the style of Carmen Sandiego that follows the standards of Que Cheverer. I'll give it away to Spanish. I don't care. I feel like that might be scammy. Parent wants teachers to separate Romeo and Juliet? Then it's just Romeo or Juliet. What are we doing here? You want to separate Romeo? You know what? Talk to Shakespeare about that. Get back to me. Well, Shakespeare's dead. Well, then use a fucking Ouija board. Okay? If Shakespeare says it's okay to separate the two, then all right. But I'm going to need a written supernatural Ouija board style documentation of this shit. You know, get John Zaffis to fucking, you know, do the seance. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Oh, God. I haven't read this yet. I'm just reactionary all of a sudden. Yeah, I just got jump scared by 007. It becomes the Romeo. Not too unlike The Godfather. We're going to read the Romeo. Wait, what? All right, fine. Here's what we're going to do. Hey, parents, you want me to separate Romeo and Juliet? Guess what we're doing? All right, we're going to the kids are going to watch Romeo is Bleeding. It's a movie, okay? And then for Juliet, we got to watch Seinfeld because Juliet Louis-Dreyfus was in there. Okay, there you go. So half the kids are going to be like, boom, 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 boom. And then the other ones are going to watch another violent film. What do you want? Fuck off out of here. Ah, God. Let me just... I teach at a middle school where a boy and a girl have been dating each other for a while. So there's actual real people. It's not actual like thing. Okay. Teachers have been doing a good job of making sure the kids aren't showing what PDAs? Oh, public displays of affection. Okay. I was like, no kid's got a PDA right now. What are you kidding me? You're taking out your life drive? Like, what the hell? I got a PDA. Oh, God. The boy's dad doesn't like that they have been dating at all. Oh, my God. You know, and here's going to be the weird thing. The boy's dad is going to be like, why can't you find a nice girl in about 15 years? Why don't you settle down and find a nice girl? Well, I did, Dad. And then, you know what? You squashed that by getting me thrown in detention. And then asked admin to have the teachers keep them apart. No, not just no touching. The dad wants them not to be able to talk to each other. Yeah, that's going to work. Fucking Mr. Montague over here. Not in classes, not passing, not between classes, not at lunch. I think the school admin basically wants us to escort these kids to their classes, which seems well beyond a teacher's job. What would you say to the admin? Go fuck yourself. It's a parental issue. Figure to fuck it out. You know, fucking talk to the other parent. Be like, you know what? The kids are dating. Why don't you do the responsible thing as parents and say, look, maybe they're a little too young to be doing this. You know, maybe keep them separated. You know, parenting. Do the parenting. Some people be stupid. Then pushes the kids a lifetime of stupidity, right? But yeah, no, the more you try to keep them apart, the more they're going to be like doing secret notes and stuff. It's like, doesn't anybody remember what they were like when they were young? I mean, come on, dude. I don't want my boy to be the baby. Shut up. Maybe if they actually talk to their kids. Have the teachers do all of it. Hey, Chicago Public Schools announced to cut jobs and increase class sizes. Oh, that's going to work out real well. As if Chicago isn't stupid enough right now, huh? I'm kidding. What is this? Espanol? Paris deserve more. Who's Paris? The Pokemon? I mean, he is underrated. Today I was walking through the class. At a para? Don't know how much yet. I don't care. Why are so many school districts cutting jobs? I don't know, to keep people even dumber, I guess. Yeah. The school education system is like, you know what? The kids aren't dumb enough. I know they can't read or write or do basic arithmetic, but we can do better. I mean, what do you want? Just a school of drooling idiots banging their heads against the desk going, "Duh." I mean, what? At some point, somebody's going to have to do their job. God. I just graduated with a master's degree in early childhood education 2 weeks ago, and it seems like multiple school districts are cutting positions. Thought that teaching was supposed to be pretty stable. No. Got an extra half day for staff, district-wide. I don't care. As a specialist, I don't care. I'm so over it. In what ways are you quiet quitting in the last insane stretch of 20? Ooh, quiet quitting, huh? Not so quiet if you're posting about it on Reddit, but no, never mind. That's a lot. Just contacted the same 4 parents for the same 4 fifth grade kids who once a week during our cross-school transition, elope. Really? Elope? Really? Did they get a judge involved in everything? Come on, dude. Elope, scream into other kids' classroom, eat chips in the hallway, dunk on the emergency lights. Yo, come on, kids do that. They're like, yo, let's see if we can read it. Wow, dude, I almost got it. Come on. I know it's annoying, but allow them that, okay? Bang on each other's other teacher's door. Well, then you can tell them to stop that. Yeah, maybe. And escape my line to run out of any exit. Well, that is when you literally hold them by the collar of their freaking shirt and you escort them personally. You just got to do it to one of them, because then the other ones are going to be like, oh, shit. If you don't make an example out of anybody, then nobody has an example to go with. So, this is my 4th time writing them up for this. Then fucking put them in detention for the rest of their fucking lives. I don't care. I've sat the kids out, talked to them. You talked to them? Fucking yell at them. Intentionally assigned hallway practice. Hallway practice. You know, come on. Rewarded the ones, rewarded the ones not following their example. And like I said, contacted their folks many, many, many times. Okay, the parents write back right away, usually apologizing up and down, saying it won't happen again. But it does. Lo and behold, the next class, it's happening all over again. The other teachers are sick of me coming around with my insanity train. I'm a specials teacher who is forced to manage the transition. I hate it here. Anything outside sitting at desk is an impossible catastrophe. My God. Why? Okay, here's the thing. If you're a specials teacher and these individuals are that special, then you know what? You should be getting more assistants to take care of that.
We need to reverse the rule for tenure and basically say, older teachers, you've done well but you're failing our students, screwing up, we get to fire you. You have two options, or go back and get some radio glasses to bring your information up to date. I'm naked for new teachers to be fired for 5 or 10 years.
So they have time to get their feet under them, so to speak. I figured I would have less of a problem with seasoned teachers as I would new teachers. I think. As long as the older teachers give a crap. There are ones that are just like, yeah, whatever. It's so individualized. You could have really good young teachers and really good old teachers and, just the opposite. So it kind of depends, I think. So I quit. I don't care. Look, they just quit. Let another adult step in at this point, or child, or whatever, natural consequences. There you go. Fall down a flight of stairs. The group has already had multiple broken bones, etc. Who are you? Who are these kids? What are they? The bastard children of Evel Knievel? What the hell are they doing? Oh, God. The group has already had multiple broken bones, etc. from these young idiots falling all over each other and off equipment, etc. Anyone else relate to giving up on certain situations, or even, heaven forbid, individuals? Just smile and wave to the gawkers. They don't think I have any classroom management? Okay, whatever. They want to PBBs? My demons? I know what PBBs is. Okay, just finding it hard to keep carrying these last few weeks. Yep. No, I get it, man. Just, they got to fall all over themselves, break a couple arms. Good. Not. You learned your lessons? Nope. Okay. Man. Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah. It's weird to talk to your mom all day. Really? Is it? That's it. That's my stance. That's the hill I will die on with my students. 3 weeks left. Admin, please, take their phones. State, please, enforce state law on phones. Parents, take the phones. So what, like a little kid's texting her mom all day? Holy shit, you suck, kid. Oh my God. All right, here's the thing. And I'm saying this right now. For every kid out there, if you are in school, I don't know how old they are. If you're in school and you're texting your mom all day, you are a failure as a child. And people are like, wait, what? What do you mean? You can be an individual. You can not talk to your mom every single part of the day. You don't have to give them updates. School is the time where you get to learn how to grow as an individual and not constantly go to your mom and bother them over stuff you should be able to figure out. And if you can't figure it out, teacher, I can't figure something out. That's what they're there for. Here's the thing, because there were times, as a kid, you don't want to be around your parents. It doesn't matter if they're good or bad or whatever. It's just you want to break. You want to break, Cool, I get to be away from them. Wow, I'm going to be my own person. I'm going to do stuff. Cool, look at this. Then you tell them about your day when you get home. God, your mom would have kicked your ass if you kept texting her at work while you were in school. Ma, I don't like this place. It sucks. She'd be like, shut up. You know? Ma, the guy next to me is throwing pencils at me. She would have been like, pick up a chair and hit him with it. And this is why it's a good thing not to text your mom all day, because you'll get very bad advice. Because she probably would have said that and you would have been like, well, my mom told me to. She's like, stop taking shit from this prick next to you and just punch him in the face. Oh, God. Unless you're bullied, have a separation anxiety, missed him all day. Yeah, we were bullied all day. I had anxiety constantly being in school. All you did was look at the clock to get the hell out of there. But you didn't even mention it to your mom. Like, you were just like, well, you know, this is how shit is. People don't like me for some reason, whatever. Yeah. Learn to be an individual. I don't know how anybody else processes that stuff, but I'm going to tell you, a lot of those years we've developed a incredible sense of detachment. I could literally just sit there all day and zone off into space and just have books thrown at me all day. So how everybody else works their life out, like, I don't know. I don't know how people process emotions. I just turn them off. At this point, like, even back then, I'm just like, fuck these people. Like, whatever. It's like, I can't deal with that. I'm not going to bother my mom about it. Actually, I was, the thing is, if you texted your mom and you were just like, yeah, Ma, this person's picking on me, she probably would have thrown a fit, gone in there, and probably slapped the kid upside the head. And I think you were smart enough to not incur her wrath, because then that would have opened up a can of worms that were all on fire and begging for death. So, I don't know. I had someone with a chair across the room once because he kicked me on the ground and ran. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's weird because you would very rarely, you weren't a fight backer type kind of thing. You were just like, all right, man, come on, man, leave me alone. Yeah, that kind of thing. You're that type of person. But there was always that tipping scale where at a certain point, you would just like literally pick up a desk, one hand, and fling it as if it was the tiniest golf ball, and that shit got launched across the fucking classroom and literally put a hole in the wall. And then people left you alone for about 2 months after that. You know, you're real lucky that didn't hit somebody, because they would have taken somebody's fucking head off. You know, and that's usually what happens with anybody who's pushed around a little bit too much. There is always a breaking point, you know, so that's why I'm a big believer in keeping on top of it. And if you can't, then at least try to function to your best ability so you don't lash out like that. You even realized that after the fact. You were just like, I am so glad nobody got hit, and that hole in the wall, I hope nobody says nothing. Nobody did say anything. That was cool. As much of an asshole as everybody was, nobody ratted him out. Kind of crazy, right? It's like being in prison. Yes, everybody hated the warden, and they wouldn't get the cops involved. That kind of thing. Yeah, but you know, build up a higher tolerance for it and all that other crap. But boop, boop, boop. There was somebody that you were kind of cool with. I think they took a picture off the wall. You know, like old schools used to have like pictures of presidents or something. And I think he put one over the hole in the wall, like to try to cover it up. And I don't think the guy knew it until like 2 classes later. And then I think they were like, well, what happened here? There were no cameras at the time in the classroom, so nobody knew what the hell happened.
Good night, everyone. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening, and now it's time for girls jumping on trampolines. Good night, everybody. If you don't get the joke or reference late 90s, early 2000s Comedy Central man show.
Yeah, man. That's when, what's his name? Jimmy Kimmel was, had a Eustace Society. That was him, right? Jimmy Kimmel? He does like a talk show now, and he's, I don't know, trying to be relevant or controversial or something. I remember him saying something. I don't keep up with him. I just know I never found him funny. I did not watch the man show for him. Anyway, a significant moment. Is Jimmy Kimmel that old? I guess. I don't know. He does late night, quote unquote, comedy. a significant moment. I teach public speaking. I almost feel like I want to give him a terrible voice. I teach public speaking, and a student who did a very average job and earned a C. They leave my classroom cursing like a sailor. They came out wow words. It was weird. And clearly upset. They were so pissed off. And he came in this morning still very upset. I took him in the hallway and told him I'd give him another crack. And he's like, I don't take crack, but he took it anyway. And, he was a little jittery the rest of it. Anyway, he'd come in during lunch. He'd help him out a little bit more. He did, and he hit this one out of the ballpark because I gave him a bat. When we talked, I was able to address the earlier behavior and explain that a temper communicates all the wrong things. And he said, fuck you. But he apologized. Oh, God. It's hard to keep a straight face doing this because I'm having too much fun. What's up? Bingo? No bingo. I'm reading. Don's here. Did you get that? He apologized to me. And it was a significant moment. I hope he remembers this forever. Yeah, he's going to be going home and like, that fucking teacher made me do this whole speech again. And I had to get it right because this fucker is going to make me go in there. And then I got to apologize because I had to fucking kill like a swear, But at least I have an interest in this country. If I'm going to be American, I'm going to swear like American, you fucking prick. And if you're going to swear like anybody, you should swear like a sailor because America. I don't know where I'm going with that, but I know that's good. You got an apologize. You got an apologized. Oh, God. Does anyone else feel like students get emotionally overwhelmed way faster now? Yes. I feel like adults get emotionally overwhelmed way faster now. I've been noticing lately a lot of behavior issues. Don't even feel intentionally disrespectful anymore. Sometimes it feels like kids just get overwhelmed super quickly, and then the whole class energy spirals within seconds. What, like Junji Ito? Oh, I don't know if we're getting that dark. Okay. Like one student gets loud, another reacts, and so suddenly everyone is talking at once, even though nobody started the day trying to cause problems. Honestly feels, less like discipline issues, sometimes more like emotional regulation overload. I'm curious if other teachers, have been feeling this too, or if it's just me slowly losing my mind. Lol. I don't know if the 20-somethings I've had to interact with are any indication of what younger people are doing. Yeah, I've seen people burst into tears because there was no more whipped cream in the supermarket. So, it sounds like runaway overflow. Yeah, nobody's. Well, again, if one kid starts acting up and everyone, that's what happens. Kids do that. When you say emotionally overwhelmed, I'm just assuming, as opposed to discipline issues, like. You give a kid a math problem, they can't figure it out, and they start crying. That's more of a emotional, overwhelming thing that might raise a few flags, but something like that, it's fine. Seeking advice from a reading specialist. More readers, huh? I'm a new reading specialist here in the district. A place to 215. I don't care. Okay. Thanks for Pasco County School District for not making kindergarten teachers pottery train kids. Potty train kids? I said pottery. Don't pottery train kids. It's too advanced. Kindergarten teachers are expected to potty train kids? I feel like that's above their pay grade. You know what I'm saying? I'm done shucking and jiving. How old are you? It should not take snaps, claps, music phrases, and tunes to get these kids to listen and or pay attention. The attention span of these kids is a -0. You're a teacher. -0 isn't a thing. You fuck. Please get out your books and turn to page 12. Hey, new follow. Thank you, Jib. Hi. Has now turned into boom, boom, snap, boom, da, da, boom, 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 snap. Clap once, clap twice. Level 0. What? Get ready, set. Open up your book, page 12. Dude, make it fun, dude. Come on. Oh, God. Yeah, repeat 3 times because if you repeat once, you're only going to get, what, the halfway class and ready to go. After all that, there's still going to be 5 staring into space with no book in sight. I am exhausted with all these chants, buzzwords, and so on. So why don't you just say, hey, you know what? Here's the thing, guys. Bring it down a bit. Be like, okay, you know the song and dance I usually do to skip it bop boop bop 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 bop. You know what it's going to turn into? Skip it. Shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down. Open up your fucking books to page 12 or get the fuck out. Shibbida bop boop. Shut up. What? Why is everybody? Because the core thing of all these things that I've been reading is discipline. Nobody wants to discipline anybody. There's no discipline. I'm not saying slap a kid upside the head until their nose falls off. I'm just saying, yo, kids being disruptive, take them out of class. Kids not turning in their assignments, foul them. What is this? Why are there no repercussions for kids that are not being good? Like, what is there? Remember a classmate in my community college, public speaking class, getting verbally, dressed down by the professor because she flipped off her opponent with both hands during a class debate. Yeah, that's not very professional. As much as I love my hand gestures, I wouldn't do that in a debate. That's not the place for it, because that's not going to go over well if you're discussing something with somebody at work. You know, and you're in an office setting and be like, yeah, well, you know, Billy here can go fuck himself because I ain't doing a project, you fucking prick. Like, you know, it's like, all right, we see who's the team players are here and who clearly is not. Emotions being overregulated could be. Yeah, I don't know how much, when it comes to the overwhelmed emotion things, how much regulation is happening there. I really don't think a lot of kids should be having their emotions regulated medicinally. They should just be able to be kids, be weird, be anxious and stuff like that. And then, you know, sit down and shut up when you have to. Is it Florida? That's their problem. That's their problem. There's Godzilla Mind Zero coming out later year. Yeah, but that's because they ran out of all the other numbers. Everyone's afraid of being sued. Well, dude, can we just instill a policy where, you know what? For generic disciplinary actions, the schools will not be held liable. You give a complete set of rules of what they can and can't do. You make them clear. You state them all. Parents and guardians have to sign to them, or guess what? That kid doesn't go to that school. You know? And again, it's simple shit. You can verbally yell at the kid. You can remove them from class, stuff like that. You don't have to drop kick them to, you know, another planet. You know, just a series of disciplinary things that are reasonable, like go to your room, you know, and all that other BS, you know, just nothing crazy. You know, if they're fucking around with their phone, give the teachers the ability to take it away from them for the day. That's all. Why is that such a big deal? You know, and I feel like a lot of these problems with not learning comes from teachers not being able or not given the power to make sure that class is unified, sitting and following certain rules. You know? I watched Foamy vids when I was in high school. You weren't supposed to. But never knew you were still putting cartoons out until my Facebook reel brought you up on page. Oh, nice. There you go. Hey, the algorithm's starting to work in our favor. Nice. Yeah, it only took about, 15 years? Good. Welcome back. We've been putting out a new episode, every other week for the last 25 years. So, got a lot of catching up to do. Thank you. I appreciate it. And Facebook did something good. The algorithms are working in my favor. If everyone had completely fried dopamine receptors with attention spans. There is a problem. Like they say, and I'm talking about like MIT. They say kids literally have the attention of goldfish. It's like 7 seconds. If not less. I thought it was less. It was like 6. That's scary. And they say most, not everyone, but most. At this point, I feel like school would benefit from a whole class of autistic kids that would focus heavily on something, you know? Because, dude, at least they got an attention span. Maybe autism is a new form of evolution, where they are the only species or offshoot of humankind that can actually focus long enough to get anything fucking done. Yeah? Yeah. So I've done the algorithm sometimes. Oh, yeah, YouTube's algorithm ain't great. I clicked on, like, one of those, like, rotoscope AI videos once, and then that was my whole feed. Yeah. But it was a Sailor Moon one, so then I got a lot of those, and that was kind of fun. But other than that, yeah. Also, Japanese women's wrestling. I saw a clip, and then everything else was just luchadors. And I'm like, that's not even close. Give me more of the Japanese stuff. Split focus and hyperfocus. Yeah, I don't know. We used to be good at split focus, but our the hearing thing, the hyperacusis, we're not great with multiple sensory inputs now. It's very bizarre. We used to be able to do work, edit audio, have the television on, and carry on a conversation. Now it's like, I can only do one thing. I don't know, man. It used to be a lot more efficient. My autism is the opposite. I have no focus. No! I want to know how old this person is, because I haven't heard the term jiving in a while. Yeah? What? That's since like what? I'm trying to think of like one of those movies that was from the 70s, like Guy from Harlem, you know, that kind of movie where they're like, yeah, I'm done shucking and jiving, you know, like, oh, okay, like, it's a little weird, bizarre terminology. 75 to 9% of certain classes are just me combating disruptive behavior again. God, I feel really bad for teachers, man, because I never hear anything good about this. There was two good stories we got off Reddit. My whole feed is full of import tuners, boobs, and medieval MMA. Really whiplashing myself. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. Dude, that's a hodgepodge. My Twitter is worse for us because, God forbid, you click on something anime, forget it. You're screwed. Like, I don't know what it is about X's algorithm. It's like, oh, you like anime? Well, here's AI anime. Here's this other anime you never heard of. Here's all the people doing commissions of anime characters that apparently, you know, drawing clothes is extra. And I'm just like, oh my God, what did I do? And then baseball. Was because Japan likes baseball, and I'm looking up, I looked up anime, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, you must like baseball. You're practically Japanese, right? I'm like, what? Where are my pictures of sushi? Like, what the hell, dude? Algorithms suck. Is it will oppress a teacher? No, I probably would have been fired if I was, though. All right, okay. Write-ups don't work because admin is meh. Well, tell admin to be better than meh. Rearrange seating is a joke. Contacting parents is useless. I can only send one kid in the hall at a time for a bit. 6 ADHDers, 2 to 3 emotionally disturbed. Hey, thank you, Ceramic Throne. Appreciate. Thank you. 2 to 3 emotional disturbed students. 2 to 3 intellectually disabled students. Mixed grade levels. Academic leveling is non-existent. I'm over it. What the hell? Dude, you got P.T. Barnum's Circus of Freaks here. What the hell is happening here? You cannot have this very degree of mental capabilities just thrown in one classroom. That's utter chaos. Are you insane? Just like, you know what? We're going to put the snake, mongoose, a skunk, and this cheetah in the same room. Also, the Pomeranian that barks a lot, and maybe a landmine. Like, what are you doing? You not do this. You not do this. Some of the people on here are either new and getting used to it all, or they need to quit teaching. Yeah, I think quitting teaching would be the best thing. But there's been a lot of things we've gone through for seasoned teachers, like 15 years, 20 years, and they're just like, oh my God. And I feel bad for them because if you've been around long enough, you see the change in how students learn. And when you see the constant diminishing returns in intelligence, merely because whether it's a policy or whatever that makes it harder to discipline or teach, or they just want you to pass them along, it's very, very disheartening, you know? And look, we're not even teaching. I see it in media, music, art, everything, movies. Everything I see is so fucking stupid and dumbed down. And it's not because I'm smart. I enjoy crap. I like garbage. All right. But even on a garbage level, I look at this shit and I am appalled at most of the stuff that people find amusing. TikTok is a prime example. If you scroll through TikTok, there's like one or two good things every once in a while. And then it's a sea of utter shit. It's morons yelling, screeching, crying for attention because they have none in real life. I don't know what the fuck it is, but everybody seems to be figuring out that, like, I guess the world needs more of me all the time. And people talk about utter nonsense. There's no value in it. I don't care that they went to the gym and they picked up a weight. Congratulations. What the fuck? You know, I don't care that you had toast for breakfast. Why is this content? Hey guys, I made some wheat toast today because, you know, I like wheat. Shut the fuck up. You know? It gets ridiculous. I don't know. I'm more like, I want content. I want like meaningful music. I want just something that's actually funny and not loud just for the sake of being loud. Objectives. Gifted Ed was under special ed. I was at school, which was interesting. What? Same teachers were teaching the really low-level disabled students and the attention deficit kids who could somehow solve logic puzzles real good. Yeah, that's not that. You gotta separate some of those groups because I don't know, life hacks and cooking hacks. Yeah, some of that stuff is fun. But, Orgum is making a comeback. Just talking to Zoomers, the Gen Alpha show how many corners are cut in education. Yeah, there shouldn't be. If anything should not have corners cut, it should be our education system. Education and healthcare, right? You know, you want to cut corners. We've already done enough that with our food production and everything else. We've cut so many corners, we're left with circles, okay? There is nothing left to cut out of this shit. Nervous about IAP meeting. My students are making me despise teaching. Oh. This is long. Oh my God. Oh, why do you hate everybody? This is too long, then read. Certification renewal. I'm sorry. Did equity measures backfire? Equity measures? What's equity measures? Here we go. I'm talking about tracking PBs and bussing. Bussing? Oh, bussing. What is that? We're going to get rid of tracking. What is this? Oh. Equity measures. Why didn't they just say DEI? Did they just print their names side with an X? Huh. Let's see. I understand where they're going. If it gets a little bit too controversial, I'll flip it, but we'll see. I understand where they were going with getting rid of tracking. What were they tracking? I feel like having one teacher with half or 2/3 of a class in academic or behavioral struggles. What is with all the behavioral struggles? Puts everyone at a disadvantage. Yes. Many kids are missing out on instructions because of behaviors. Most don't get access to the teacher because others are using the classroom teacher as a one-to-one. Huh. Dude, I never had one-to-one with a teacher. Unless they told me to sit down and shut up. PBs is just straight up misapplied and ends up de-incentivizing the kids who do what they're supposed to and reinforces behaviors in those who do not. Okay. The busing situation, at least in my area, is ridiculous. By the time some of these kids arrive at school, they've been on the bus for nearly an hour and a half. Of course they're sleeping through the first 2 class periods. Of course they are. All these things sounded really good on paper, but they've resulted in more barriers to education from what I've seen. All right. Well, maybe. Works ultimate will make me remember. What? Generation Amy got derailed by Generation X. It's the last generation to have a cool name. Oh, damn it. I hate when I hit the top and it goes all the way back up. Do you think the current model of education is working? Have you read the rest of this thread? Lumi Story AI. Anyone just... I don't care, whatever. I'm the reason a student graduated and I don't feel anything? Question mark. Oh, God. I don't want to... This person... what do you mean you don't feel anything? What? Are they an idiot? She's teaching for 4 years. Oh, 4 years. Lightweight. And in that time, I have helped numerous students graduate high school, but there wasn't one. I couldn't really say that I was 100% the reason that the student graduated, and without me, that student would not graduate. Oh, are you not having an impact? But this year, there was a student I hadn't taught for 2.5 years who was a senior. All right? He was 1 credit away from graduating, and he was failing that class. His teacher in that class had done his due diligence in trying to get him to pass, but the student just wasn't coming to class. Just wasn't making up assignments and had 40% in a class. 40%. Wow. Okay. I discovered this about 2 weeks before his last day, and I called his mom and got him to attend every day for the last 2 weeks. Started talking with him every day, sitting with him as he did his makeup work. Really? He gave him makeup work, huh? Made sure he attended an after-school important assignment, and I am positive that if I hadn't done that, he wouldn't have gotten his grade up to a 60% and gotten a D for diploma. 60%? Oh my God, 60. No, I've said this before, if you're new here. When I went to school, anything below a 70, below a 70%, fail. Anything. 69, giggity, fail. Fail. Fail, fail, fail. 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 60% is passing? Are you guys smoking crack in the education system? I don't want somebody who's 60% good, 70%, a little bit better, you know? Are you... All right. So he's graduating thanks to me, and it's kind of silly, but I wasn't really expecting to feel some... What? But I was really expecting to feel some big heart swell. What are you, the Grinch? Like, what do you expect? And sense of pride, but I just don't. The student isn't grateful to me, and with this kid, I 100% knew that he would never be, and honestly, that's fine. But I was expecting to feel a big sense of internal pride and internal accomplishment. You want to know why you don't? And I'm going to say this right. Because you know that kid is not qualified to pass. You know that. Deep down, you know that kid is a fucking idiot, and you let it go. That's why you don't feel that pride, that swell in your heart, where your heart grows 2 times its size, you know. Feel COVID derailed the passing system. Kids got pushed through the grades just because. I'm going to tell you right now, the schools we went to, motherfuckers would have been like, you're doing your homework. I don't care if you're sick with COVID. You do your homework at home and you bring it in. If you don't bring it in, you fail. They would not give a flying fuck what the hell is going on. They would not pass anybody. But we missed a whole year because of, COVID. Don't care. You got homework assignments. Especially now with school at home where you just do all the teleschooling, work from home, school from home. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. So he's graduated thanks to me, and it's kind of silly, blah, 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 blah. I felt happy, proud, and joyous about various aspects of teaching in the past, but with this event, it's not there. None. It's not there. Anyone else ever have this experience? Am I dead inside? You're dead inside. Zoom calls and all that. Yeah, dude, they would have remote learning and stuff like that. The school would not give a crap. That guy, and some teachers would literally reach in through the webcam and choke you out if you were acting up. I didn't go to a military school, by the way. I'm just saying they didn't take shit. What to do about needy student? You're a high school teacher. Oh, God. Didn't we talk about, I think we did that one. Veteran teachers. Has this year been particularly rough? All right. 13th year. Let's see what the old timers are doing. 13 years, huh? All right. I'm just curious, but this year has been harder than normal in terms of psychological and behavioral problems, ? I am on the 13th year, and outside of when we returned from COVID, this year has been the hardest in terms of extreme behavior problems. I'm talking about students who hit, scream, elope. What is with this elope term? And have complete mental breakdowns. Elope? All right, did they change the terminology of elope? Because elope to me is two people going to get married. Elope means to walk away, I guess. 5 to 6 periods, all homework equals 0 time for sleep or family or sports. Yeah, it prepares you for the real world when you got to work 9 to death. But I don't agree with any of it, but I mean, the world is not easy. Cutting class, maybe? Yeah, just say, cutting class. Elope. 2 people just go off together. Getting married and fleeing the country, sort of. That'd be funny. Sorry, Mr. Brocklowski. I'm gonna go elope with Jenny here, and we'll be back. I'll send you a postcard from Maui. Like, I don't know. And have complete mental breakdowns. Yeah, dude, come on. Kids having mental breakdowns? This stuff has always been an issue in education. When? But I'm wondering if all the tension in our country at the moment is exactly the issue. Yeah, blame the tension in the world right now, because kids are usually super aware about that. It also seems that parents are completely clueless on how to do basic parenting, like providing consistent structure and reasonable consequences. Maybe that's the problem? Not what's going on in the country. Okay, maybe what's going on at home. More so than I have seen before. Anyways, it's almost summer. Left on an optimistic note. Veteran teacher doesn't know what is elope. I don't know what elope is. 13 years, man. 13 years. You have 13 years in this business, and what is elope? What is it? Somebody look it up. There you go. I asked somebody to look something up. Somebody look up the term elope in the terminology of, what do you call it? School and truancy. I don't even know if I have that here. Ask for help, look it up. It was already called. Real trickling down economics with what bad parenting we learned along the way. Yep. Well, God, here's the thing. Just because if I dwell on this, I'll be here all night. Your parents were generally always working. They're always working. You spent a lot of time with your grandparents. They would kind of babysit, that kind of thing. But your parents still took the time out to just give you little bits of information. Little logical bits of like, just life advice. And even though they had to do work because, they had to pay for all this crap because kids, they were still attuned to enough to know when there was something off, and they would actually like sit and discuss stuff with you. And I'm not going to say they were like, no, I mean, it's like, they had to work. So it's not like, latchkey kid kind of syndrome. But they were still aware enough of what was going on that, your grandparents were just happy you were around, you're doing your stuff. They didn't really talk. Most of it was in Italian because they were arguing. But, I don't know. I feel like, with the last guy, 13 years experience, if you could just sit a couple of minutes, but, and talk to your kids, that would make things a lot easier for everybody. But I really feel like phones are so prevalent that even if your kid is talking to you and seeking help, a lot of parents are just, oh, yeah? Yeah? Oh, all right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Like, that's sad. I know. Hey, if you're a kid and you need your parents' attention, tell them to put the phone down. I know it's going to be weird to actually tell your parents to do something like that, but they'll be shocked that you actually say that. Assuming you're even self-aware enough to actually seek out their information that they should have as a parent and ask their advice for anything. If you are a parent, put your phone down, at least for 5 minutes. 5 minutes, just put it down. All the alerts will still be there. Kid comes home, they're doing stuff, and be like, all right, come on out. And they'll be like, what? And I'll be like, no, dude, sit. I'll be like, what did I do? I didn't do anything. No, dude, I'm just asking you about your day. Come on, settle down. You want some juice? What's up? What'd you do? What'd you learn? That kind of thing. 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. And it gives them a break from the phone, too. And if their phone's going off and they go to get, be like, blah, 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 blah. Just wait. You can the phone later. All right. No, I just want to know. I need to know the information. Make it fun. Be like, what are you doing? What are you learning about? I need to know. Come on. You got like secret information I don't know about. What's going on with math? What are they talking about in English? Dude, you got any gossip? What are the kids doing? Dude, anybody listen to any cool bands? Turn it into something. You can create a little bond there and maybe give a little bit of advice to. That's all. Yeah. And you may learn something about K-pop because I think kids are like that. I don't know. It's okay not respond to a phone or dinging away. People there is a Pavlovian reaction. Like when a phone rings, people, they got to look at it immediately. Immediately. I don't care. I get agitated when I hear it and I don't want to look at it ever. I have all my alerts set to mute unless it's somebody super important. And that's 3 people. That's it. Other than that, I won't hear shit. I've heard phone ringings in movies and wondered if they were mine. Yeah, dude, that's the thing. Yeah. If something goes off in a movie and has the same ringtone, you're like, oh, is that me? No, that's a movie. It's crazy. So like when dogs hear a dog barking in a movie and they're like, bark back, they're like, bark, what is that? The ready way to escape privately from the place or situation to which one is bound by duty. Said especially of a woman or a man, either married or unmarried, who runs away with paramour or a sweetheart. Huh, interesting. So kids just basically leaving. Kids ditching. Can they just say ditch? Yo, they're ditching. But they're eloping because they're in a relationship. Yeah. I don't know. That's weird. Yeah, what are you going to do? Society is what society is. And for me, it has been 5 hours of me talking and not taking a break. What the hell, man? Dude, I didn't take one break. God. But I did run out of coffee, so that's pretty good. So, let's see, runs out of coffee. All right, I'm going to see what I can call on the bingo card. What do we got? Spicy zombie card? Nah, it didn't happen. Stevie shows up? Nope. Doodles on stream? Nope. VTuber glitches? Kind of always does. Steve has bad coffee? No. Something Sailor Moon happens? No. Oh, we can do Blood Rain. There you go. Blood Rain. Let's go. Costume change? No. Tangia party? No. Nobody rolled a 1 or a 20. Supersize emote? Did anybody do a supersize emote? Oh. New song played during intro? No. We got to do back end work before we can do that. Hits mic with face? Yeah, probably did that. Shows PO box stream, Stiff Store find, eats on stream. A gift sub, 100 viewers, 2 or more subs, hype train. Nope. Okay. Yarg. Ha! Guess not. What is that? No, I'm checking my card. Let's see. I'm going to see if I can do a thing. No, I guess not. All right. Well, that is what it is. No bingo for me. Tried to fudge it. Couldn't do it. I tried to fudge it. I couldn't do it, man. Couldn't do it at all. But now is the time when we find somebody to raid. I don't know. Let's see who's on. I think Mr. Lobo is... He's on the road. Oh, Shadav's on. All right. Problem solved. There we go. No, man, dude. We never get to raid Shadav, and Shadav's always helping out. So we're going to raid Shadav. Yeah. I think Mr. Lobo's on the road. They're playing... What are they playing? All Hail the Orb. Ooh, I don't know that. Dude, we got to go hail the orb. I didn't hear half that. Yeah, I didn't read that. I didn't hear that. The speaker turned off, and I was looking at the other thing, and then I looked up, and then the whole screen was black. I know I'm terrible. What am I going to do? Thank you. Yeah. So we're going to rate Shadav. Dawn will be on Friday. They're continuing Pragmata there. The Pragmata. We'll be on again Sunday at 12 noon-ish. And what's the other thing? Dawn will be on 5 p.m. Dawn of Time BC on Twitch. If you don't know who they are. Let's see. Boop. There you go. There's their name. So you can click on a link, follow them if you're new here, in case you don't know who they are. They're the ones that do the voice for Jermaine. They talk and stuff. But they're not like the characters, so don't go in there and expect them to start crying and giving you poetry readings. It doesn't work that way. Thankfully, because I would not want to deal with somebody like that all day. You imagine? Oh, the world and blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, I get it. Yes, but the... Oh. No, that's it. All right. Wrapping up. Everybody, thanks for helping out, doing the thing. I don't know. If you're a teacher, be a better teacher. You know? Well, I don't want to spend every stream talking about how crappy teachers are, because I feel like it ends up painting a bleak picture for the future of everybody. I don't know. Maybe it'll get fixed. I think we'll have to deal with a couple of years of duh before people are like, dude, we got to fix the education system. We can't have this many idiots running around. Yeah. Oh, God. But here we are on social media. All right. Everybody, go do something fun this week. It's only Wednesday. You got Thursday, you got Friday, then the weekend. All right. In between, figure out something that you can do for yourself that's fun. I don't know. Try to be cool. Try to be chill. You know, world's crazy. Just, it's a crazy amount of wild rapids out there. So just, I guess, try to go with the flow. Even if it tries to drown you. I don't know. It's a weird world. All right. Thanks for being here. Go, go, go. Go. Fun. Go have fun. We're going to go raid Shadav. Go.